Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Wednesday, December 15th. Let's hop into the game. Now, I did play maybe 2 games of Shadowverse off screen, but I didn't actually accomplish anything or win, so we are still at this point where we've got some fairly difficult daily quests, and it's not like on this Wednesday there's a particularly small amount of news to happen. In fact, right now there is either a Nintendo Indie Direct happening as I speak or in a couple of minutes, and so let's see, what would vote do? Just open the web browser. Okay, well, I don't care about that then. Let's see. Take 2 All-Stars private match. That means I'm gonna have to get on the Discord and win a private match. That means I'd have to do something else, or re-roll this instead of trying to win 6 ranked matches. I almost want to re-roll this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so let's open a pack first, and then I guess I will have to open up the Discord for Shadowverse and see if we can jump into a game. Shadowverse, where is it? Private match, here it is. Just open both of these packs and call that good enough. For the accountability section, I am struggling through the Batman Telltale series. The good news is it definitely seems like it's the case that the Batman Telltale series is actually particularly short even for a Telltale game. It's only a slight spoiler to say they kind of drag Bruce Wayne's parents' name through the mud in the story and go in a very different direction, something that I really just would have never expected that Warner Brothers would have allowed them to do. But yeah, about halfway through the game, I'm pretty sure, drag another character's. This probably won't work. This code has been out too long. Yeah. So I'm just waiting here to see if somebody will put in a new code. Seems like it's taking a few minutes, so not a lot of people are playing right now. Or it could just be a case that the audience and fandom, in particular of Shadowverse, has started to dry up. So yeah, they pretty much slander another character from my perspective halfway through the game, which makes me think there's a decent chance they will slander yet another character and change something. See, not fast enough. They'll do that. I suspect they'll do that one more time before the game is over. And then there is a point where they imply you're going to have sex and they're going to show it with Catwoman, and over 90% of players said, yes, show me having sex with Catwoman, and all she does is unzip her little cat suit and show she has a bra underneath, just like enough that you would see cleavage. It doesn't even go low enough to show like a belly button or navel, and really it's showing way less cleavage than what is shown in Arkham City throughout the entirety of the game. And that does bring about an interesting point that in the effort to try to break ground with Telltale style games, and with the fact that they were willing in The Walking Dead to show so much gore, there's way more gore in The Walking Dead than most games would have had when it came out, or frankly most games have had even after it's come out. They never bothered to try to go in the adult range and say, hey, we're going to show some cleavage, we're going to show maybe nakedness, maybe even go try to push for full frontal. Those could have been gimmicks, certainly, that they probably wouldn't have worked for Batman, but it could have worked certainly for the Game of Thrones game. Like the Game of Thrones game in particular had like no nudity in it, and Game of Thrones was known for having sex in it. That seems like a big mistake there to limit themselves. And so in the Telltale Batman, when they imply you're going to have sex with it, like all you see is them make out a little bit, and then eventually Bruce Wayne just picks up Catwoman and walks to the bedroom, carries her to the bedroom and closes the door behind it, and you don't see anything. You actually see more skin the next morning when they're both in underwear, but even in the depiction of underwear, Bruce Wayne has like boxer briefs on, and Catwoman has slightly smaller feminine boxer briefs or boxers on. It's basically nothing. Wow, just nobody is playing at all. Man, there's clearly a delay on Discord that other people are not having that I have. That maybe it's the desktop version or something, but like I'm moving fairly fast. I'm not like going furious here, just trying to type in codes as quickly as possible, but seems like even a slight pause is more than enough for somebody else to grab it. And it definitely feels like it could just be a case that people are using some kind of scripting or bots, which maybe this is a good indication of just how many people are using bots and just like cheating on Shadowverse to try and sell accounts, which obviously there is a market for selling like cheated accounts, starter accounts in every game that's online, but how big that market is, I imagine, varies wildly. Yeah, but with the whole underwear the next day on Catwoman, that they're not even willing to put her into a like panty style of finally. Which
ready for action.
Yeah, it's really just kind of pathetic. I want to actually win here because I want to try and win a private match, but the fact that that's not something that Telltale could do, and this was at the end of Telltale, it definitely does make sense though that the Warner Brothers would say, no, you can't do that with Batman and Catwoman. Although this would have been right about the time when they tried the Batwoman, the Batman Black label comics, and they did do the controversial full frontal image of Batman that they then pulled every copy of that, and when they reprinted it, they added a lot more shadows. But yeah, it would have been a good point for Warner Brothers to have made that mistake instead of in print, directly being printed by the comics. They could have avoided that whole controversy had they gone with Batman being showing his butt or full frontal in a Telltale game or in a video game where the audience is separate. And there, you create a lot of false narrative arguments you could make to just throw uncertainty and doubt into the conversation. By saying, well, the Batman Telltale game was rated M for mature. There's a better system to make sure it doesn't line up in the hands of kids. It's a different medium, and different mediums, the depictions in different mediums are taken different ways, which that's not really accurate. Like there's as much hysteria as showing nudity in a video game as there is as showing nudity in a comic book. Well, I'd say there's about as much. Actually, I take that back. I think there probably would still be a little bit more hysteria showing nudity in a comic book compared to a video game. Comic books have not ever really created a rating system. They had the Comic Code Authority in the old days, and I guess technically that may still exist on some level, but it would make a lot of sense if they did just adopt the rating system. What's funny is part of the reason why movies aren't rated X is because the MPAA trademark / copyrighted all the ratings except for X, because they wanted to allow people to rate their movies X without having to potentially pay a license or have any legal uncertainty there. And that eventually backfired completely because people started to love the fact that they could rate their movies X, and they would even pushed it and said, oh, actually this movie is XXX, which was apparently never actually a rating system rating. So X rated movies and XXX rated movies, instead of being badges of shame, became badges of honor. But yeah, I would say comics would benefit heavily if they either adapted the ESRB, the MPAA rating, or the ESRB rating, or the TV ratings. The TV system, I think, is probably the best one of the ones that would be familiar to the West, and there might be even better ones outside of the Western world, but they would be slightly harder to understand, and we don't need yet another system.
This is our way out.
Just keep on killing things.
Shutting down.
But pretty much, as far as all of episode 3, which I finished all of episode 3 in the Batman Telltale series, it really had like a bad action sequence, a bad cutscene sequence. All the cutscene sequences in Telltale games still make you push a bunch of quick time events, which it would have been better if those were missing, although then you would just have a 5-minute cutscene, much more along the line of something you would expect to see in like a Final Fantasy game. And honestly, they probably should have gone that route. There are game makers out there that just show you ridiculously long cutscenes with a lot of animated action and barely have any actual gameplay or choices happening in those sections. But there definitely are a lot of places also where I just clearly can tell there's not been a particularly finished product. And oh, this guy already attacked, so evolving him makes no sense. But I guess we'll do it anyways. yeah, you definitely see some problems. They introduce like Lucas Fox as one of the characters in the Batman Telltale series in episode 3, and then they do absolutely nothing with him, or at least maybe the choice I made did nothing with him. There definitely are some characters where it feels like they're around for no good reason, because you're either going to pick that character or some other character, and it's usually some other character you know from the Batman canon a lot better.
Remember, every drop 100 droplets in a single stroke. A flurry of droplets.
Shutting down.
I'll train harder. A flurry of droplets. A flurry of droplets. Wait, what's this?
Oh, come on.
So yeah, then there was just like a bad section, and then another bad section, and then there was a really good conversation with Catwoman before you started making out with her. Which throughout the entire story, if you make out with Catwoman, you're basically betraying somebody else. And even at that, I still ended up being forced to kiss her when I hadn't really implied. Basically, there's a point where she kisses Bruce Wayne, and then the choice is, oh, do you keep kissing her or do you stop it? And I suppose I can only go so far. I mean, some of it is really just high school stuff. It's like she kissed him, he kissed her back. That's a betrayal. But there's also like major obvious mental problems with this friend that is supposed to be dating Selena Kyle at the time. So like, you're not just betraying somebody who's supposed to be your best friend, or at least one of your best friends as Bruce Wayne, but you're betraying somebody in the middle of a huge mental crisis. Which, maybe that's unfair, and a lot of people would say, well, you can't just put your own love interest on pause because somebody else is crazy and may never actually stop being crazy. But yeah, I feel like there's better ways to, first of all, ensure that Selena Kyle has actually broken up with this friend, and I'm trying not to spoil here, and as soon as you start playing the game, you'll probably figure it out if you were to play the game. I'm not sure I would ever recommend playing the game. That's another factor, certainly. Let's see.
One step closer to victory. I'll live again.
But yeah, ensuring that she's broken up with him, giving a respectable at least 2 weeks, and then telling him, maybe not asking his permission, but telling him that you're going to start dating him. You might want to just feel it out and make sure he's not pining over him. Well, let's see what this does.
How's this for a noble greeting?
Dead inside? Sounds about right.
Interesting. And then banish this guy.
This is our last push.
My heart is
Which makes playing this character actually stupid.
I'll live again.
All he needs to do is 2 damage and he'll win, but might actually win you.
news. Music to my ears.
I hope you're all watching.
What of my pride?
Okay, can we do something here? Let's do this.
This is more than just a game.
And
Howl cyclones, devour the land.
Your queen commands you.
okay.
My legion
My
follows.
loyalty is
Your
ironclad.
queen commands you.
Don't need it anymore.
Do not stand in our way.
Yeah, I think I've won here. But I mean, it depends. He could still definitely draw a card that would do 2 damage to me. And I'm not really playing well because I could have probably just
Welcome back to the land of the living.
played this. Alright, well.
Do not stand in our way.
We won 1 private match. Take 2. Oddly, that didn't seem like that gave me what I needed, though. Take 2 All-Stars private match without quitting. 2 hours left. So they made the wrong kind of match. So I'm just going to make a match here in the hopes that somebody is actually watching and would type in this match ID. Seems like we could invite friends, but I don't think I have any friends on Shadowverse. Let's cover some of the video game news, though. Yeah, all I've been really doing is playing Batman, so there's really not any more accountability section to happen. I'll say Giant Bomb had some kind of bombathon to sell premium memberships. I question heavily whether anybody should take that offer, considering I question what Giant Bomb will be in a year. I even slightly question if Giant Bomb will even exist in a year, as it does. I think I happened to go back to Comic Vine, which is the Whiskey Media website that was supposed to be just mostly a database for comic book information. And yes, there was people in charge of writing articles about that at one point, but it seemingly is all now under the banner of GameSpot as far as any kind of new articles about new comic books. And frankly, I don't think too many articles are coming out at all. But yeah, I imagine much like Comic Vine, the database and the forum and the community will still exist. There's even people on Reddit that are still talking about Comic Rack, which is a software where the creator literally went AWOL. The website has not worked in half a year. I did find out that there's a decent chance that he's not actually dead, which was one thought, is that he literally had just been hit by a bus or something, because he just went completely radio silent. But yeah, there's real questions if you try to buy Comic Rack, the Android version, where that money would even is going, which I guess it could be the truth in anything. Or if there is even a way to like buy Comic Rack, the Windows software. And there really is not a great equatable software to it, because there's just so many fields and forms and just so much metadata you could put in comics in Comic Rack compared to every other software, which barely gives you what you'd want. Like, most software will let you have stars, but they won't let you to break things into larger groups or series or specific publishers, or have even like publishing dates and just like tons of little metadata, descriptions, personal notes, things like that, all missing in every other comic creator. That being said, I'm not sure if maybe Comic Rack really was just going in the wrong direction anyways, and was just giving a ton of metadata for things that really don't need that metadata. You can always like go too far as overcomplicating things, and Comic Rack is a prime example of the most complicated comic book reader software. But anyways, my point there is there's still people, as far as on Reddit now, using that software and talking about that software on. So I expect if we were to see every single employee, and it is very believable that every single employee of Giant Bomb might get fired in the next couple of years, I expect you'd still see the Giant Bomb forum and database exist. And having a games database only really makes sense, and this is kind of the problem with Comic Rack 2 and Comic Vine, is those databases only really make sense if you are having a lot. Oh, we actually got somebody.
Offer up thy woes.
They only make sense if you have a lot of digital backups, whether you legitimately got them or not. So having Giant Bomb's games database, I don't think I have to actually win here. Only makes sense if you've got a bunch of ROMs, and I'm not even sure Giant Bomb's games database is particularly well focused or suited to older games that you were more likely to have ROMs with, like more than anything. It would be cool, I guess, if you could integrate your PC Steam games with the information being placed in Giant Bomb's database, but I'm not sure that really helps you much. And in a lot of ways, you run into the danger of messing with metadata around the game instead of just playing a game. But yeah, anyways, to get back to video games, they had that big marathon, which seems to have delayed them from putting out the Giant Bombcast by a day, so I didn't listen to that, which I shouldn't be listening to it anyways. I say that nearly every week. There definitely are some cases where even I recognize that I'm a little stuck in my ways and dense. Because I am really just slow to make changes that I say I want to make changes, or just get out of my own way to make changes in my lifestyle.
You'll find gizmos like this every millennium.
That's probably true for a lot of people. Yeah, and I don't think there's anything else that needs to be talked about, so let's go through the video game news. Apparently, according to Video Games Chronicle, a Splinter Cell remake has been officially announced. The game is in development at Ubisoft Toronto. They are hiring. Although, funnily, I think Ubisoft put up a tweet and then took down the tweet. So, maybe it was prematurely announced.
What fine threads you have. This'll be over quick.
But yeah. There is some talk I've heard that it's going to be more focused around something like the Hitman games, and definitely being a Ubisoft game, there is a potential here that they're going to try to make it more open world instead of the linear levels that existed in Splinter Cell games. And also they'll more than likely try to have DLC and microtransactions. And I think personally, as somebody who hasn't ever played any of the Splinter Cell games, I really would have to question whether there isn't just a lot of nostalgia around the idea of a Splinter Cell game, and there is actually very little fandom as far as people who would actually play a new Splinter Cell game. In a lot of ways, you're kind of hoping that you take the Splinter Cell fans and the Metal Gear Solid fans and offer something that can kind of take those two fan bases, merge them together, and still have enough of a fan base all these years later. Here we have a game on Steam called Live Adventure, which oddly seems like a game where you're live streaming yourself while going through an adventure game. That seems weird. Apparently you are playing as a camera. So maybe you're not even like controlling this character. That's an interesting idea, particularly for like the Telltale games, in the sense that you could have been a camera operator in some of the Telltale games, like the Batman game in particular. That way you don't have this weird dissonance where Batman is saying or doing something different from what you would expect. And it does seem like as a camera you are somehow magically modifying the world a little bit, but
Do not seek what is not there.
But yeah, generally speaking, it does seem like a large portion of this gameplay is happening around your character. This.
You watching?
That.
Hold still.
And that. It's an intriguing idea as a free-to-play game. I wonder if this is a student project, because yeah, this definitely feels like this is going to be a short student project idea. It doesn't really say it is. Well, I'm going to make a special exception. Usually I just say, well, this is a free game, check it out. There's no microtransactions or in-app purchases, so yeah. They are doing kind of a bad job of highlighting this. Apparently you control both characters throughout the entirety of the game, and that's not what it felt like. It definitely felt like you were just controlling the camera. And I think there is, for a few games, an argument where you should just control a camera and watch cutscenes in a slightly more active way. Honestly, if they had focused
Pierce the twilight slag here. Let us end this.
I'll make your taste
You
buds
watching?
quiver.
Yeah, forget what I was gonna say there. Yeah. losing my train of thought. You know, trying to actually play the game since somebody's generously actually challenged me and playing me. I don't want to get into long pauses.
Legend shall rise.
Okay. I wonder if this would fill it up or not. This one would be Ward.
Booting program. Angelic salvation. Kurata.
I'll get production up and running.
May lose here at this rate.
Vice, virtue,
Useless.
tolerance.
Power of mortality.
Well, I think that's all I needed to do on this game. Yep, all we needed to do was play. And I don't think I'll be able to check my missions to see if it's going to give me yet another one. Nope. Okay. So then that just means ranked victories of any kind for the rest of the day. That's easy enough to focus on. And it may be even slightly easier today as people are focusing on the multiplayer private matches. It may be easier to win ranked. Honestly, to get back to Batman for a brief second, I feel like since Batman works best in my mind as an episodic experience, like TV episodes, the Telltale series would have made a lot of sense for season 1 to literally feel like a season of TV episodes. 6 instead of 5 episodes would probably be a little bit better, but if it literally was just like everything resets at the end of episode 1, you have Batman is already established, you probably have Robin that's already established, and that doesn't inherently mean it has to be like Batman 66 and it just be incredibly corny or anything like that. It just keep it separate. One episode where you're fighting the Penguin, one episode where you're fighting Catwoman, one episode where you're fighting Two-Face, one episode where you're fighting the Joker. Like, you could have done it that way, kept everything separate, and just tried not even cared one bit to connect the story. If any style of Batman game had tried for that direction, since there are just so many villains and so many different stories you could tell, where you could have episode 1 fight the Joker, then not see the Joker again for 5 or 6 episodes, and then have episode 7 or 8 fight the Joker in a different way. Like that is, I think, something that is something they should experiment with. Batman is also like the prime character to try something like that. Maybe even a Superman game, if you're gonna risk making a Superman game again. Superman even more. They don't need these connective arcs and narratives. If anything, I think the comic books show that the more they try to have connected arcs and narratives, the more it falls apart. So, yeah. Just a collection of anthologies. And I guess we have seen that in some of those horror games. that I can't even name them, but
Protect you with everything I've
they
got.
have tried to do something like that, and they haven't really caught anybody's attention because a man of Medan and such were
Demonic blades have nothing on
mediocre
mine.
as far as the
You were
reception,
done
at
for.
least.
The battlefield
Yeah,
is my
I need to quit
cutting board.
rambling though and focus on video game news. I don't have any reason to want to make this stream go long. A new Saga series package title is in development. They hope to announce it in 2022, according to Gametsu, which is, I guess, an announcement for an announcement for an announcement. According to The Verge, which we don't get a lot of news from The Verge, obviously, Stalker 2 is getting NFTs, including one that lets you become an in-game metahuman / NPC. Yeah. I think we are going to just keep having these kinds of stories happen until hysteria dies down, and I suppose there's always going to be a question if hysteria ever dies down.
You were done for.
Faith is an expensive business.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see cases where the entirety of I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see cases of just
No. the
things like
slides are not
NFTs being generically and generally made illegal, and that
I'll protect you with everything
just
I've got.
eliminating the rampant, ridiculous conversations around it.
Demonic blades have nothing on
Spending
mine.
some extra time here to try and get rid of all the advertisement on The Verge.
Pain, go away! The real battle begins. The battlefield is my cutting board.
Feel free to call on me again.
Let's see if we can get lucky here.
This is how you do fireworks.
No!
Yep.
The real battle begins.
Kaboom! No handiwork
Taste
needed.
buds quiver.
So here's what the Verge looks like now once I've collected and blocked all the ads. Boy, does it not look better, too. But yeah, I am unlikely to ever even use them as a news source. Video Games Chronicles is working with Good Old Games as a sponsor for their winter sale, which I wanted to point that out just to say, yeah, that's unethical. I don't see any way that you don't have a clear conflict of interest if you're reviewing games or talking about video games to then be involved with a video game company that sells games, whether that's a storefront or a publisher or a developer. Like, those are the people you absolutely should not have sponsorships for. It's way more,
Damn rain.
it's closer to being ethical, or to be in business with companies that have nothing to do with video games. But even at that, there's realm for danger, certainly. If you, for instance, we're doing sponsorships with Monster Energy Drink, and then Monster Energy Drink is doing sponsorships with Halo and Microsoft, that's still a little bit too close for comfort. in my book at least.
Cross the line.
Guess we'll just end here. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Assassin's Creed Valhalla's Dawn of Ragnarok expansion has officially been announced. I think we had already talked about that. The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the 90s cartoon, is coming to Blu-ray, which even looking at this image, you can tell that's not probably going to look particularly good. And I don't know what real deep AI improvement or color correction you could do to fix something like this, like, because particularly in animation you have this situation where there is a balance. See, right around here I see what this looks like. This was actually drawn as cell animation, which would make sense for the time, and I can see what looks like places where the paint may have stuck to the film when laid on top of each other and torn off some of the paint right about here. And you could try and run some deep AI to say, let's fill this all in with the exact same shade and color of blue and maybe make it a lot more colorful, maybe even change this brown to a brighter red, this blue to a brighter blue. But as you try to fix things, you're going to miss this white streak here, which maybe is intentional and not. You're going to miss the dark smudges here, which maybe is intentional and not. You can go really extreme with it and lose pupils in the eyes. Like you can see how this pupil is not connected to his single eye, that the way they animate that. So this is probably one of those cases where putting something like this on Blu-ray is either saving you space, where perhaps the cartoon would have had to been on 3 or 4 DVDs in the past, or they were doing something awful like double-sided, double-layered DVDs to squeeze it all together. But that's pretty much, I suspect, the only improvement. And you can see how sharp the text is here, which that definitely implies to me that they had some access to originals, which is nice. But the access to the originals really couldn't be touched up that much, so where it's really easy to redo all the text and all the credits. And arguably this might even be people caring more about their own credits. It is also possible to just look this good in the text originally, because it's easier to do text. The episodes are still at 480p. So this is being published by Discotech, and they're calling it SD on BD, which I guess BD is Blu-ray disc. And even at this case, there's still 2 discs that they're having to make. Episode 1 through 50, and then 51 through 65, and special features on the second disc. This is one of those cartoons in particular that I think is better situated and suited to be on a streaming service when it is very low effort. Arguably, there's very little reason to pull out a Blu-ray player and watch a Blu-ray. Now, if you're traveling a lot and you have a Blu-ray player in a car or a portable Blu-ray player, there's still reasons, particularly for kids shows, to be on Blu-ray. But if we ever got to a point where cell phone connections were always good, you always got signal, and you had unlimited data, even those few occasions in which it makes sense to have a Blu-ray are going to quickly dry up.
This is merely
Whereas
the beginning.
in previous generations, I would almost call it a rite of passage that a kid would be given a VHS or a DVD or a Blu-ray, depending on their age. We are now at a point where there's not really, it's not really necessary for a kid to have any kind of physical media whatsoever. They're still probably going to have a micro SD at some point, but it's not going to be a micro SD that has any specific content on it. They've totally failed on the idea of potentially selling SD cards or micro SD cards with pre-ripped, preloaded footage on them, where that would make a lot of sense. If you could keep it fairly cheap, I think a lot of people would be willing to pay a premium to have ripped movie files on a micro SD card that they could just put into their phones and watch, compared to having to like get a VPN, go to a torrent site, download the torrent, hope that the torrent is actually not full of viruses, set up all the files, move them all over. I mean, it's a lot of work a lot of times, and a lot of time that you have to put into it for not as much reward.
What fine threads you have.
And that's what they constantly say, is that convenience defeats piracy. So if you told me I could pay $20 to let my kids watch Sonic on a micro SD, that's much more appealing than giving me even a Blu-ray. Yeah, for a lot of parents, if they were to buy that Sonic Blu-ray disc, they almost certainly then are going to want to just rip it. It's a prime candidate for a series that you would just want to rip and turn into video files, because there's
The greater your sin, the crispier I make you.
there's not a lot of space being taken up
Well done.
by
Just the way I
480p
designed for your purification.
standard definition images. I think the Mario cartoon, I'm fairly certain it was on Netflix in the United States for a while. It probably has a decent chance of still being available. And personally, I would definitely prefer the Mario
Best medicine.
cartoon over the Sonic cartoon. Since I know both of them are bad, I know I'd be just more nostalgic for the Mario cartoons. But I do think going forward, Sonic has a slightly better chance of making a new cartoon that succeeds, and they really failed to embrace that, because as soon as the Sonic movie, the first Sonic movie, managed to succeed as well as it did, considering the controversy around that, it obviously should have been a case where they would have greenlit a more traditionally animated or computer animated Sonic cartoon. In fact, they probably should have greenlit that to release just a few months, just a few days after the movie was released, and had a whole season produced and ready to go. Because yeah, you could definitely tell different stories and try and make Sonic a TV movie star, which I think he is better suited that way. I've said that. Come on. Play. And play.
You're in good hands.
Moving on, the free PlayStation Plus online multiplayer week has been announced. This is Video Games Chronicles article. Check it out if you're interested. A multiplayer weekend is not really anything of real interest. Video Games Chronicle has an interview with the Silent Hill creator Kiichiro Toyama mostly about his new game Slitherhead that was announced. I guess this is his return to horror also. Personally, you have to ask yourself whether you care about Silent Hill 1 or Silent Hill 2, because if you don't care about Silent Hill 1 as much as you do, say, Silent Hill 2, then this really is not your man, because he only, I think, worked on Silent Hill 1.
The real battle begins.
And that is kind of the problem with Silent Hill in general, is that it is such an incredibly collaborative effort that it's pretty much impossible it's probably impossible to recapture that lightning in the jar. And somewhat to that point, even Kiichiro Toyama says that it would be easier to remake an action game like Resident Evil, and that a remake, quote, needs a rethink. And he's not wrong, in my opinion. Like, because what Silent Hill 1 is, and the Silent Hill games in general, are games where you walk around a mostly empty open world, and you're sometimes hacking and slashing people, but mostly you're just kind of wandering around and avoiding conflict. Sometimes you're shooting people, but not so much. It's a collection of spooky sequences in an open world that doesn't need to be an open world. It is very much like Alone in the Dark, which is another genre of games that really don't translate to modern gameplay styles. So yeah, if I was gonna remake Silent Hill 1, I would say let's get the big important points and recreate those visuals and those actions, but let's otherwise abandon the open world stuff. Let's make it more of an action game. It much closer to something like Resident Evil or Resident Evil 4 even. Like, in a lot of ways, even making it like Resident Evil is inaccurate, because you really are talking something closer to Resident Evil 4. Even when you look at Resident Evil Village, from what I understand of how that game plays, is it sort of feels like it's kind of open area, but it really isn't. There are 4 distinct areas that you go to and are kind of locked into once you enter.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
I may not have talked about this, but there was a scientist who taught rats how to play Doom 2 using Scent and standing on a ball, which, yeah, I don't know how much really comprehension is happening there. It feels like there's something that's either pushing or shaking the rat, because you've got a electromechanical thing on this stick that's holding them in place on this ball, and you can see those scent tubes. And he now wants to stream it on Twitch. Arguably, this might be the closest thing we have as to a mad scientist, and definitely feels like he's not really proving anything at all here. Most scientists know that rats are fairly trainable and fairly intelligent, and that's why they're used a lot. Let's see. Seems like these are custom made, single forward motion. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're doing anything other than walking forward the doors. It doesn't even feel like they have any way in which they could be activating the doors. And you can see here, once they've run into a demon, the demon's not really hurting them. I guess there's little buttons here maybe that they're touching, or maybe even something they're licking. But yeah, in a lot of ways, this is exactly the same as how you'd program an AI. You're just letting them try every possible things. And here you can even say that, see, they fast forwarded the results down. But yeah, that definitely feels like you're just trying to get sensationalist journalism to cover you versus actually doing real science, because you're really not proving anything. And the last thing we want to see is a whole explosion in the field of making or teaching rats or animals how to play video games. Like, I'm sure there might be somebody out there that can figure out how to make like a niche video game for cats and dogs, where maybe some really rich people would waste some money on that. But yeah, for actual real science, this is ridiculous. The only way I could even think to barely find out if that was, like, figure out something useful there. Let's say you used this technology or something you learned from this technology to train rats to how to seek out people trapped under collapsed buildings. Who in their right mind wants a rat finding them or crawling over them in the middle of a collapsed building? You've got the trauma of being trapped under a building first. Now there's this rat, which you, I guess, have to inject with some kind of GPS beacon to then find the rat. Like, I don't think that's what you want. There's a real reason why we do this with dogs, to seek for people. Like, the only thing I'd train a rat to do is to hunt down and kill other rats. Train them to maybe sniff out rabies or sickness in a rat, which they probably naturally can do fairly well anyways. But yeah, or if you're gonna have rats running around garbage junkyards, maybe you could train them to find and sort trash. But we already have, like, bacteria we're working on and worms we're working on that will eat plastic and try to reduce the amount of trash a lot faster. Yeah, rats definitely have their use in science, but I don't think you're getting anywhere training them to play video games. And I'm at the risk of just repeating myself, so let's move on. Video Games Chronicle says, apparently Bully 2 is back in development, it's claimed. The Rockstar sequel is reportedly planned for a Game Awards reveal. So, is it the Rockstar 2 that it was supposed to be in the old days, where you play as a girl, as a bully? Or is this just going to potentially, potentially be a sequel with the main character? The name Bully is actually fairly inaccurate for the main character. He's kind of not so much a bully. If anything, he gets bullied as much as he bullies. It's basically just like a GTA in a school setting, which that was certainly dangerous too. Apparently this video that we're looking at is supposed to be an AI upscaler, and even at that it still looks pretty awful. And when you look at how the now I think pretty much proven GTA trilogy was a port of a cell phone game upscaled, and how bad that looked, that there isn't a lot of hope that any of the polygons in Bully 1 would show up in Bully 2. Like at this point you pretty much could say the Bully from 2016 would be the parents of the bully in the original game.
This is how you do
Or
fireworks.
the father.
Please, no more. You were done for.
Kaboom! Now anyone's needed.
That's the merch.
That was delightful.
But yeah, I'm skimming through here as to whether there's actually whether this will be the same story.
Weakness the power.
Okay, no more games.
Yeah, it really is a case though. I suspect there is a big risk of making a Bully 2 where it's a girl. On one thing, if you're gonna make it realistic, then the girl's probably gonna bully a lot more than a boy would, and then there's gonna be claims of misogyny, or regardless of what you do, there's gonna be claims of misogyny, and so there's a risk there.
My thunderbolts shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, you're still going to get the same pearl-clutching people to complain about a game called Bully without ever actually playing it. Bullying in general is just a wedge issue that gets brought up quite a bit. Where in a lot of ways, bullying will just never go away. Like, first of all, you have a complete intentional ignorance or turning a blind eye to the fact that adults sometimes are bullies too in work environments against other adults, and other situations against other adults, but in schools too. Like, there are a lot of teachers that are bullies. There's a lot of principals that are bullies, and that's not to say that they are mean or seem mean when doing what they actually need to do for their job. There's just people out there that straight up go and do bullying actions on top of what their job description is, or people out there that just really enjoy enforcing every minute little rule or regulation. And by saying, well, bullies can only be kids, is disingenuous, and it's not going to get to the problem. Like, any problem within a school inherently is either being passed down by the grade above teaching it to the grade below the older kids teaching it to the younger kids is what I mean by that. Or older siblings teaching it to younger siblings, or it being taught to kids by the teachers. And so of those three scenarios, if you're ignoring one scenario completely and pretending like it doesn't happen, you're never going to fully eliminate bullyingness. Honestly, I think kids these days mostly are like super sweet and super nice compared to previous generations. And so we've probably done quite a bit to reduce bullying, but it is also just something that's going to happen, and part of growing up and making mistakes is that people are sometimes going to bully, people are going to get bullied sometimes. We have no way of 100% solving a problem like that, and that because of that will always be a wedge issue. Which does definitely imply that if a Bully 2 game got made, there might be very few people that want to play it. And I don't know how many people are really going to give Rockstar the credibility to try and play a game like that, or even care. Because if a Bully 2 came out and it was just an online game with tons of microtransactions, there's really no reason anybody would want to play that. In a lot of ways, to get back to Batman, since that's the only game I'm playing at the moment, like Bruce Wayne, Batman in particular, is kind of a bully character and kind of a jerk character, and it makes it really hard to see him as the hero that you want to play. I would kind of prefer to play as a character that maybe is just slightly less squeaky clean to Superman.
What'll drop first, my bolts or your tears?
Whereas the Telltale version of Batman forces you to nearly break the arm of a low-level character and slam the heads in. I will say that by the third episode, the low-level mercenaries are obviously and knowingly just working on committing acts of outright terrorist attacks and bombings, so it became a little bit easier to justify in my mind smashing their heads into a wall or a floor. Which is maybe an example of getting numb to violent actions. But yeah, when you're at in the first episode, they feel like they're just stealing things and robbing things. And they're really not anywhere violent enough that they could actually shoot Batman in his bulletproof outfit anyways.
This thing's more vicious than a nine-headed dragon. Stop!
There's also a point in the Telltale Batman game where Catwoman gets shot and in the shoulder. And they've not mentioned it at all since then, because obviously it was a point where you could have made a decision and she wouldn't have been shot, but it's not like she has a wound on her shoulder or a hole in her suit that I'm recognizing. So it seems fairly funny to potentially have her outfit be bulletproof too.
Well, on to the next project.
That's not crazy either. It wouldn't make some sense that Catwoman would have enough money to pay somebody to make her suit bulletproof.
bestow upon
Moving
you, I
on,
love
10 more
you.
titles are coming to the Xbox Game Pass, including Mortal Kombat 11 and Firewatch. Which, okay. Let's see. The titles are Ben 10 Power Trip, Broken Age, Firewatch, The Gunk. Broken Age is a Double Fine game, so that would make sense. Lake, Mortal Kombat 11, Paw Patrol, Mighty Pups, Save, Adventure Bay. I wonder if there is a decent number of kids games on the Xbox Game Pass. I think they probably haven't paid a lot of attention to that and should try to keep these kinds of games in their collection because there's going to be fewer kids games. Race with Ryan might also be a kids game. Record of the Lotus War, Dead Light and Wonder Labyrinth is not a kids game. Transformers Battlegrounds feels like a kids game even if it isn't. So yeah. Seems like particularly for December they are trying to keep that focus
Smiles are the best medicine.
of being kid friendly. Okay.
The real battle begins. Faith is an No, the smiles are not. What is this weird feeling? Feel free to call on me again.
I suppose it's not worth talking about the Nintendo Indie World live stream, considering it's happening right now. This is kind of odd. Keanu Reeves is now denying that he ever played Cyberpunk, whereas CD Projekt Red had previously said the actor had played the game and, quote, loved it. I suspect I suspect there might be something in the mushy middle here. Keanu Reeves may just not be as good of an actor in the sense of towing the line and supporting a project he worked on and lying about loving a project. I mean, it is basically in the job description of being a actor / celebrity that you are going to lie, which is why normal people should never really trust anything they have to say. I mean, they're actors. That's what they do for a living. I bet there is probably a mushy middle answer there. I suspect they probably did for like 5 minutes have him put a hands on a controller for some pre-alpha version or some alpha version of, I don't use the phrase pre-alpha because that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they probably gave him some alpha version of the code while they were working on it. He played it for like 5 minutes and then they said he loved it, even if he said nothing at all. And frankly, he probably there's a decent chance he did say he loved it, because of course you're going to flatter and be nice to the people that are paying you. But you can kind of see how Keanu Reeves now is trying to establish himself as a real gamer, whatever that means, and he doesn't want to be pigeonholed as an idiot who would say he loves Cyberpunk 2077, because whenever he played it, it would have definitely been before release with all the bugs and such. And he's more interested in the Matrix right now. Now, there is a bigger problem that has been in video games in general, is that we've gotten actors coming in being face actors and voice actors when not really doing a great job. I won't throw that accusation to Keanu Reeves because I haven't played Cyberpunk, so maybe he did a good job for his character, maybe he didn't. I think visually his character stands out and looks very different compared to any of the other characters, because in particular his face is completely untouched, where everybody else's face is totally cyberpunky, and that may be in his contract by his agent's request, or that may be in his contract by his request, but it made him stand out a little bit. There may even be storyline reasons why his face is not cyberpunked. But the bigger issue certainly is you were losing the video game voice actors who first and foremost were video game voice actors. Those people are losing jobs to famous celebrity and actors who often do a bad job. And we already had a problem here before we even had famous actors wanting to work in video games. We already had a problem with the video game voice actors being too few in the first place. So there is a post on Reddit I just saw before I started streaming where it shows a picture of some female video game voice actor and says, this lady has voiced probably 80% of the people you like in video games, 80% of all the female characters. And I believe that to be true, and that's a problem. Yeah, we need a lot more diversity in the number of people who can work projects and do a good job. We need a lot more diversity in the number of people in general. You're putting all your eggs in one basket to have Troy Baker, I believe is the male video game voice actor, who just comes in and does it over and over again. And a lot of that definitely comes down to the fact that there is a lot of nepotism happening in the video game world. There's a lot of, we know this guy, we like this guy, so we're going to hire him over and over again. And that has been true also in the Hollywood. And that is arguably a place where a better union might step in and say, hey, you need to guarantee some hours for all of our employees or all of our union members, and not just give all the work to our top person. Or arguably though, the problem with that is the top person in a video game voice acting union, if one was ever created, would also probably be the most senior, most powerful person in the union. So him getting more work arguably is something. And really they're in a situation where they do want less hours, and the only way they would get less hours is they're going to have to take the idea of giving some more jobs to new characters, new actors. And because they don't give they don't give enough work to new actors, the new video game voice actors never get enough experience to get better. So that's a problem too. And we see that with movies too, is that they hire the same action characters it's over and over again, and it feels like we're very unlikely to ever have another Arnold Schwarzenegger moment where somebody comes out of the blue and has a couple of successful movies and then gets better at acting. I won't say Arnold Schwarzenegger is a great actor by any means, but he's a lot better than when he was in his first movie, Hercules, and I don't think he even talked or was dubbed over. So yeah, that's just my own personal little rant, but it's one we need to keep in mind. In a lot of ways, I think for Keanu Reeves, he's just another one of these characters that doesn't really need to be talked about. He's a celebrity, let the celebrity gossip rags talk about him instead of video game news talking about him. Okay. We're gonna leave that there? Or are we gonna play again? I think we'll leave it there. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says Battlefield 2042 gets a 64 player modes for the PS5, Xbox Series X, and PC. These smaller conquest and breakthrough matches are available for a limited time. One thing that I heard about this is, first of all, 64 sounds like a big number, but it's actually smaller than what they had before. Except for the fact that for the PS4 and the Xbox One, 64 was the limit, so they're basically adding that 64 limited mode that they had already created for the previous generation of games, of players, into the next generation of consoles. When you look at it from that perspective, it really feels like they're only doing it because they know that they're not really succeeding very well with Battlefield 2042, which, yeah, people are not seemingly happy with it. See, Rayman Origins is currently free to download at Ubisoft's Uplay, which, yeah, Ubisoft is giving away free games. I feel like that's probably not the first time Rayman Origins has been free. Next Video Game Chronicles says Minecraft videos have hit 1 trillion views on YouTube. And YouTube has released a special video to mark 1 trillion milestone. This really goes to show that if all of the Minecraft YouTubers and YouTube content disappeared overnight, there would be a significantly fewer number of people who would want to watch any kind of gaming content on YouTube, or just a significantly fewer number of YouTubers out there. Minecraft definitely is a phenomenon. What's interesting here is, if these are supposed to be people I recognize as far as their skins, I mean, I guess I recognize some of these people. But I follow like 4 or 5 Minecraft YouTubers, and apparently none of them mentioned that they would be in this animation, or that their skins would be in these animations. It's not terrible as far as an animation. Some of these people I don't recognize per se, and they are highlighting several different styles of Minecraft that exist, and this does speak to the flexibility of Minecraft, and that you can create giant buildings and you can create giant mechanisms. But I think it's worth taking all of this with a grain of salt, because it's not like Minecraft players have been treated particularly well, or Minecraft content creators have been treated particularly well by yeah, they haven't been treated particularly well by YouTube, in the sense that nobody has been particularly treated well. And arguably Minecraft is maybe never gonna die, but it's not really growing as far as YouTube content. Nothing in general is kind of growing as far as YouTube gaming content. There's just a lot more diversity of games and diversity of content that people want to watch. it's kind of interesting also that there isn't like a direct connection between Microsoft and Mojang and the okay, that should work. Yeah, the YouTube announcement, like there seems to have been basically no cooperation there at all. And if anything, I would say Microsoft has pretty much failed to support Minecraft in any real way, other than just giving them funding to do their own thing. Whereas it would have made a lot more sense for Minecraft to be the free taste of the drug that is the Microsoft Xbox infrastructure. It wouldn't be crazy to say you get Minecraft Bedrock or Minecraft Java for life if you sign up for Xbox Game Pass. Just lifetime subscriptions. That really wouldn't be giving away too much. And if anything, they've tried to monetize Minecraft and make back what they paid for it, more than actually try and do anything good or interesting with it. Guess I could have evolved there and attacked, but I didn't. Whatever. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Ubisoft developers are reportedly critical of the company's NFT plans. The publisher's internal forums are full of complaints and confusion, report claims. I would suspect that's probably true. I definitely would assume that the NFT announcement was made by a very small group of managers without really consulting the whole company. Which arguably at a certain point, maybe there should just be a little bit more mob rule democracy happening in companies, where if you have an idea and you pitch it outright, maybe you should try to get some feedback through a survey and then maybe not publish the results of the survey unless it's incredibly positive. A lot of times you're going to get negativity no matter what. There are just way more naysayers than yes men even. But it wouldn't cost you anything to say, if we hypothetically sold NFTs, how would you feel about it? Would you promote this, or would you tell your friends and family this is a dumb idea? And at the very least, if you tried to sell the idea to your internal company before selling it to the outside of your company, then you could pull the plugs earlier before the controversy happens and reevaluate. There is this idiotic belief that you can just barrel through negativity or a negative reaction, and well, maybe you can do that sometimes. Most of the time you cannot. Moving on, Dr. Disrespect has announced a new AAA game studio called Midnight Society. The streamer is teaming up with former Infinity Ward and 343 staff. Okay, well, That's weird. Like, Dr. Disrespect was, I think, one of the people that maybe got a lot of money to jump over to, what was it called, Mixer? And he's suing Twitch. So he may have a lot of money he's sitting on to fund something like that. But he is also kind of a controversial figure. I don't see a reason, if I was a streamer going under a pseudonym, pin name, fake name like Dr. Disrespect, I don't know why I would make my company also under that same brand and that same identity. I would think I would probably make that under my regular identity, and separate the character that you play, Dr. Disrespect, from the image of an intelligent businessman that you would want to portray as the person who owns Midnight Society. Midnight Society is not a terrible name for a company, I'll say. Like, slight reference to Are You Afraid of the Dark, I guess, more than anything else. And it does imply to me that it's probably horror games that they're going to start with, but I could also see them just making a standard first-person shooter military game. Clearly, Dr. Disrespect's popularity, as someone who has never watched any of his footage, clearly some of that has to come from either insightful commentary on the first-person shooting games he plays, or in his actual skill as a first-person shooter, both of which are definitely pluses in the idea of owning a company and making video games, compared to, say, a rapper trying to make a video game company, or somebody who just doesn't play games or does not play games well. So there is a small hope there. There is also always the possibility that Dr. Disrespect could sell out and leave the company very quickly, or be bought out or kicked out of the company very quickly. I think there's a lot of activist investors out there and just shrewd businessmen who trick people into starting companies so they can steal it out from under them. I don't know if now is particularly the best time to start a business of any kind, but if not now, then when would be the response to that. And then it may never be a good time to start a business, but probably not a terrible time. Moving on, the original Japanese version of The Ring is coming to Dead by Daylight. So Ju-on, or no, that's The Grudge, Ringu. Which, yeah, I don't know if there's a huge difference between the creepy black-haired Japanese girl in Ringu versus the creepy black-haired, I assume still Japanese girl in The Ring. She's probably not coming out of the well, though. She's probably just going to be like every other character in Dead by Daylight. In all fairness, though, I will say Dead by Daylight has managed to really succeed and maintain success through licensing horror characters, which is not something that I would have really expected. I really expected Dead by Daylight to flop within the first six weeks of its release, and people to get bored with it, with the asymmetric gameplay concept. But yeah, I am shocked by its success, which I guess is a good reminder that I don't know everything, and my predictions aren't always accurate. But, let's see. I think we had already talked about Stalker 2 selling NFTs, this time from Video Games Chronicles. Guerrilla Games shows off stunning PS4 versions of Horizon Forbidden West. They're really trying to push the idea that the game looks really good on the PS4 because nobody can get the PlayStation 5s, where normally you would not have anybody pushing that narrative at all. They would say silent on the previous generation, which, yeah, we are on the verge of potentially dubbing something like a lost generation as far as video game consoles, in the sense that PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series generation may just not ever be held by a lot of gamers. And I imagine they'll try to avoid having something like a lost generation of consoles by simply having the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series available for purchase for a few more years. But if it just kept on going, then there could be a theoretical lost generation in a PS6 and an Xbox Series X2, or whatever they call it, because whatever comes after a theoretical PS6 that comes 4 years after the PS5 may actually come 8 years after the PS5 and be so overpowered. But yeah, that would happen, of course, if there's a huge parts shortage that just continuously happens. What else can I do? Nothing I wanted to do. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says the Call of Duty's anti-cheat kernel level driver is now available globally. Available is a choice word, certainly there. Enforced might be might be a better word. Apparently it's going to be added to the PC version of Call of Duty Vanguard later. Gamatsu says a game called The Anacrusis launches January 13th, 2022. I think we had seen this, but this may have been one of those games that was announced. I think we talked about this in the last stream. I may have gone back a little far, yeah. Phantom Breaker Omnia launches March 15th, according to Gamatsu. DNF Duel Dragon Knight trailer is now available. We're getting a trailer almost every day for DNF Duel. As soon as they stopped doing the daily announcements for Shin Megami Tensei, as far as showing a different demon every day for nearly half a year, now we're getting daily announcements for
I'll get it right this time.
or DNF Duel.
You're in good hands.
Okay.
You're done for.
Let's see if this does something.
Give me your stuff, and I might let you live. Wager your soul. I'll sunder you.
I think I've lost here.
Hopeless.
Yeah, there's no way we're not gonna lose here.
I envy you.
So yeah, as far as Shadowverse, all we have to really do, I think, though, is try and get victories. You know, one victory would get the daily thing done, and then just need ranked victories in general. We may get stuck needing ranked victories for several days or even a week or two, as I actually fail to get victories. we can start covering some of the games now. Here we have a Big Fish Games Hidden Object game, Mystery Trackers Queen of Hearts Collector's Edition for $8.99, English allegedly full audio. I did have a thought, and I haven't actually worked on it. I haven't worked on the macro at all, and I should have. If for no reason other than to just schedule more videos, there might be a way for me to make a macro that starts on one page and then hits Control Tab and goes to the next tab and then does the same thing over and over again. That wouldn't automatically change the HTML code on these tabs, but it could let me press one button to activate a macro and then have it do all of the tabs that are open. And it may just fail miserably, certainly when it's not dealing with well, actually I think you might be able to read the URL, so I could have it checked to make sure it's on Steam's own site and not another website before it even acts. So that would work too. Here we have a game called The Last Hex, which looks like it's a collectible card game, roguelike deck builder. I suspect there's nothing here, but it's rated very positively, so I'm going to give it a follow and check later. And yeah, the idea would be to make a macro that would take the price and discounted price, the language, and probably specifically find out if it says English and then add up all the other languages. And that's pretty much all I would want, is if we can just get the price that's here, the languages it's here, and okay, I also want to probably list everything that's here. If I could get all of that to squeeze into one bar at the top, that would be great, even if it was a bar under there. So I need a macro to effectively extract HTML code and paste it in a different place. And you'd think that would be easy as copying and pasting it, or at least feel easy, but it actually isn't. It's going to be incredibly difficult. It's going to have a lot of bumps and bruises as you try to get it to work. This looks like this is some kind of player versus player, although turn-based. So it's trying to make it look like it's Worms World Party. I guess that would be your best equivalent, but you can see it's already rated mixed. It's free to play with in-app purchases and a third-party EULA. I guess I would also want that information. Like, arguably, this above the fold image here has room for improvement as far as Steam is concerned. They can't put everything above the fold, obviously, but there's a thumbnail here that's taking up a lot of space. There's a description here that's taking up a lot of space. There's tags here that are not very useful. You're not even getting to the wish list level until you scroll down. There's a lot of thumbnails here that are taking up a lot of space. And yeah, I have everything zoomed in a little bit, but even if I was to zoom out and make things smaller, it's not going to change the appearance by much. It's not going to squeeze more things above the fold. And I'm just not even playing, which that might actually get them upset enough that they would just disconnect. Here we have what's tagged as a tower defense game, although honestly it's such a weird visual isometric square layout. It feels very weird that this would be a tower defense game. Like, I do believe them. It does look like it is a just like really poorly thought out concept of a tower defense game. $4.49 English only. Here we have girls in dungeons, and immediately we have an upskirt shot of panties. It's a lot of neon happening here too, and bright lights. Definitely feels like an asset flip game. Definitely does not have a thematic consistency to it. Looking a little, here you have like a pirate and a maid and a knight and a schoolgirl, like all in this dungeon that they're barely even showing. This looks like a horror game. Like it's just all over the place. $1.99 English only. Yeah, that's easily a no. Just go ahead and play this. Here we have a game called Bowl Boys, which we can pretty much dismiss just on the screenshots and the name. Looks like it's probably one of these asset flip parkour games. Tagged as early access, $4.99 English only. I guess maybe I would also want to label things if they're early access. Like ideally, I'd like to see all of the page be in a lighter blue warning if it's an early access, or a different color in particular if it's a demo. Alright, play this. And that did absolutely nothing. Gametsu says River City Girls 0 has been delayed to early 2022. I'm not sure I caught the announcement for this. I knew there was a River City Girls game in development, and I guess River City Girls 2 had already been announced and released, so I'd have to assume that 0 is a prequel that would be in work. You can see their socks are all down and their outfits are a little less wild compared to the more high fashion anime style that they had in River City Girls 1, which, okay. Like this definitely feels more like how you would animate them in the 90s as far as thug gangster girls and their boyfriend guys. Alright, do this.
This is how you do fireworks.
Then you do this. And then we evolve this.
You're done for.
This is not gonna save me.
Well, on to the next project.
Still gonna lose. It's only apparently been announced for the Switch. There is definitely a danger here, since the River City series, the River City Ransom, better known series, is kind of a long-running series, and that there's a danger here that they're going to put out too many of these games too fast, because in particularly River City Girls, I think managed to catch the attention of a lot of people who aren't used to playing old beat 'em up games, or River City Ransom in particular, whereas the kind of rushed sequel in River City Girls 2 is probably not what wasn't probably a good idea. They should have waited a year, and now they're having to announce a delay when they could have potentially had a new River City Girls game come out every 2 or 3 years instead of one every year, as it feels like it has been released here. And they could have also brought out some River City games that weren't the girls, and see if maybe they could get people to play the regular River City Ransom, which was the guys. Keep it a little bit more balanced, and go more with the bright, colorful colors for the River City Girls series, while sticking with more kind of traditional, duller colors and hyper-realistic colors for the guys' game. But personally, I do think there's a lot of beat 'em up games out there, and very few of them that I could spend the time on. It's just not something that I see myself focusing in on a lot. I'd rather play fighting games first and cover a bunch of those, because fighting games are more popular. I think fighting games are probably more popular even in the East. Just gonna end the turn. Moving on, Kowloon High School Chronicle is coming to PS4 on March 18th in Japan. It looks like it's a visual novel. I feel like I've seen this before on PC. It's actually a dungeon crawler. Wow. From Arc System Works. It's a trailer. There's opening movie. I'd rather see a trailer than an opening movie, because the opening movie is going to be less accurate to what you actually see, whereas in all actuality the trailer may not show you any gameplay either. Definitely feels like there's an implication of more violence in this game than you'd normally expect from a dungeon crawler game. More guns in particular, which is definitely not something you see a lot of in dungeon crawler games. I have a slight concern here, though, that the story might involve somebody shooting up a classroom, or imagery that even might somewhat look like that, so there could be a controversy around that. But yeah, that would be weird, certainly, for a potential Japanese company to cover that topic, since it basically never happens in Japan, because they just don't really have guns in Japan. Moving on, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus version 2.70 update is now available. With a name like Versus, I assume that's a fighting game. I'm fairly certain most of the Grand Blue. No, the Grand Blue Fantasy is actually more of an RPG series that just has the spin-off fighting element. And it is really hard to keep all of these game series, particularly the Japanese game series, in my head straight. There's just so many of them, and a lot of them have spin-offs anyways.
You were done for. Faith is an expense. No, the smiles are not. I paid so much for that axe.
Let's see. Moving on, Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin Final Fantasy Birthday livestream is set for December 18th. I guess check that out if you're interested. I don't know what specific Final Fantasy game. Apparently Strangers in Paradise is a game, and Final Fantasy Origin is either the original Final Fantasy game or a remake of the original Final Fantasy game. It definitely is going to be part of the problem with any kind of long narrative that involves the old Final Fantasy games, is that they're going to look so incredibly old that you would have to make a remake for it.
The time for perennial prayer has come.
Here we have Asteroids Recharged being published by the new Atari, which honestly it looks only a fraction of a bit better than so many other Asteroids games, Asteroids clones we've seen released on Steam. Historically, there might be some small relevancy still around Asteroids, but we are getting to a point where I'm going to have to start questioning whether things have just lost their relevancy. as far as asteroids. So I'm going to give this a follow, but I wouldn't be surprised if nobody buys this, nobody plays it, nobody reviews it. I wouldn't be surprised if even if it was reviewed and received well that I just dismiss it anyways, because it's definitely not a game I'd really want to play. It definitely doesn't feel like it's taking the concept of asteroids and doing anything amazing with it. Which I don't know what you really could do with it before you're just completely changing the game and making a different game. Like, in a lot of ways, Space Invaders improved asteroids decades ago, and there was never a point after that that anybody should have bothered to make another asteroid style game. Here we have a game called Tricelli, which looks like a dark screenshot horror game, asset flip horror game. I think we can fairly easily dismiss that. $4.99 English and Chinese. Maybe a little inappropriate to name your company Uncle Wang. If you're a Chinese company, but whatever. You seem to have done that, and I won't question it any further. Here we have a game called Ancient Soccer, which does not look like soccer, and looks instead like some kind of weird mix mash of assets in VR. $19.99, third-party EULA. Several languages, it claims, full audio for all of them. Yeah, I don't see anything there of interest. Here we have Christmas Sort Puzzle, which, boy, does that not seem like an interesting game. $1.59, English only. Yep, we have a lot of games today, but it's fairly obvious most of them are garbage. Here, this one I suspect doesn't support English. $7.64, Chinese only. We have Criminal Archive City of Fire, which collector's edition. It is not a Big Fish game, but it's still basically a hidden object game. And it wants $13.99, where Big Fish games tend to be $12.99, so they're going even more expensive. English, allegedly full audio. Let's hop back into another game. Here we have a game called Experiment of Being. Looks like it's probably an asset flip escape the room adventure style game. Does not look interesting. It's free, so I guess the price is right.
Is fighting and
English
despair all
again.
you know?
Activate.
Here we have something called Grid Tales. Looks like a low effort Chinese game. $19.99, English and Chinese. I will say it does feel like we have started to see a slight decrease in the number of garbage Chinese games coming out, which is great because we were at one point just getting completely overrun by garbage Chinese games on Steam. And it was going to get down to the point where Valve was going to have to straight up start implementing either quality requirements or blocking Chinese publishers just in general, which wouldn't be particularly fair. But it may be a case because the Chinese government has censored and not allowed people to make games and sell them without their approval, and they're only giving approval to a small percentage of game makers in China, that we may have just hit a point where those companies are past the level of struggling and trying to find a way to survive by selling games outside of China, and they have just now completely gone out of business and dried up and failed. Which might be an interesting metric to show just how fast you can put a company out of business without directly putting them out of business through government restrictions and censorship. Not that I'm going to shed a tear for any company going out of business, really.
Oh, guinea pigs, where are you?
The problem there is it's hard to be sympathetic for any business that is based around consumerism in the first place. That from day one, when you start a business, you're establishing yourself as someone who's trying to take money out of the pocket of people, and maybe you're offering something of actual value to those people. But particularly in video games case, a lot of times you're not offering anything of real value when you're selling these low effort asset flips. You're building an entire business when you make these low effort asset flip type games on lies and on trickery and on manipulation. And I don't think I can think of any scenario where somebody has done right by their customers and then gone out of business in the video game world. I imagine somebody can think of a company where that's the case, but even if there was one example somebody could think of, there's hundreds of examples of people who went out of business and totally deserved it.
The horizon gives me inspiration.
Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Fire and Steel, which seems to be a dragon flying game against World War II planes and boats. It's an interesting idea. There's a decent chance this is an asset flip game though, also. But I'll put it on the follow list and we'll see. It's $4.99 English.
Completing termination sequence.
Here we have a game called Down and Out, which seems to be some kind of VR fighting beat 'em up game in the streets. I think I have to give this a follow also, just because I don't think there's ever been a VR beat 'em up game as a concept before. $14.99 English only. All the beat 'em up games really do run on a concept that doesn't make a lot of sense to most people these days. Fighting in the streets. Just kind of doesn't happen for most people. Now, honestly, I'm not sure there ever was a point where there was a lot of fighting in the streets between individuals. I guess it depends on a lot based on where you grow up. But particularly now with cameras and such, the ideas of mutual combat in the streets is probably mostly dried up as a concept that people would actually expect to do. It's incredibly dangerous to be in a fight. Like, there's just a lot of scenarios people don't consider of falling down, hitting their head, hemorrhaging, just getting punched and hemorrhaging. Like, it is not too different from the old days where you would duel with swords and a single slice would become an infected wound that would kill you of sepsis several days later. That can still very much happen.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
So
Activate.
it's nearly never worth it to actually be in a fight, and way better to run away. And honestly, I think that the United States and all countries in the world should preach and legally require the idea of running away. You must flee and exhaust all options to run away from any violence whatsoever. The concept of castle doctrine or standing your ground leads to so many cases of violence that probably could have been avoided, and it definitely leads to bad attitudes. At the very least, it obviously leads to the wrong mentality and the bad attitude and feeling justified in committing something that very often turns out to be a crime later on. Whereas it's very, very easy to make the rule you have to run away always. And they don't even really teach that in schools to kids, when really that should be the thing taught more than anything. Moving on back to video games, here we have a game called Drone Showcase, which I don't think this looks particularly good as a drone game. Seems like it's VR, but it's free, which really just means it's too cheap for a VR game. So I'm going to say no to that. Here we have a game called Eston, which looks like it's supposed to be a bullet hell shooter, but the animation looks pretty rough. $2. English allegedly full audio. I've kind of stopped using the phrase MS Paint art style that so much, but this definitely is one of those games that I think falls under that category.
It looks like I'm up.
Why is this string so pricey?
Let's see. Gamatsu says Atelier Sophie 2, The Alchemist of Mysterious Dream, Diebold Luren's trailer is now available to see. This Atelier game, I don't think we've seen a lot around it. That being said, since these are character trailers, really not going to see too much, are you? Just a character doing his standard action hack and slash RPG stuff. Do we play this now? Or do we let it hit for later? Let's play this now. Let's see. Gamatsu says Prime Matter is going to publish the System Shock remake that's due out in 2022. I feel like this is at least the second person, though, that Night Dive Studios has tried to work with to publish the System Shock remake, which has also had trouble, it seems like, if I recall correctly. If that's not the case, then what happened here is there was some other story around it. Let's see. If we click System Shock and then we click News. Like 3 years ago, the System Shock remake development was put on hold to reassess vision, promises stronger than ever return. 4 years ago, it moved to the Unreal Engine 4. Maybe I'm thinking about the System Shock sequel more than the remake. But yeah. Basically, it's been in development hell. I don't see another way to describe that.
I can't move.
So maybe we're starting to finally see some movement on that front now that they have a publisher. But it could also be a case that they just now getting a publisher, so they're just now getting potential funding to actually in earnest work on the game. Like if you told me that less than 10% of the game has actually been developed so far, I kind of believe you. Right.
Your shining faith will carry you.
Okay. Seems like that's gonna work. there is definitely a danger now that the System Shock remake gets released somewhere around the time the next BioShock game gets released, and there will just be this complete divergence between a remake of System Shock, which started the idea of the Shock series of games, and the most recent BioShock, which is probably going to evolve that idea significantly and really be a lot closer to what people want. Okay.
Impossible.
Moving on, Crystar for the Switch launches March 29th in North America and April 1st in Europe. If I recall correctly, Crystar was the game that had the weird crying theme around it. And the original trailer looked fairly different from what the second trailer looked like. Where the second trailer showed it to be more of a standard Japanese RPG action game. Definitely feels like still there is a cry theme around all of it, or crying theme around it. Which, yeah, that definitely implies a darker storyline than you normally would see. Okay. Hit this with this.
This is where I truly shine.
That's enough flight for one day.
Windjammers 2 launches January 20th according to Gamatsu, which I don't know if I really ever need to cover Windjammers or Windjammers 2. It's a evolution of the idea of Pong with a little bit more action to it, or air hockey. It is probably a game that is also fairly focused around multiplayer, so trying to play a game like this in single player probably is not going to inform a lot of people. If you liked Windjammers 1, you'll probably like Windjammers 2, would be my guess. And you probably don't have to think more about it than that.
And lies.
Let's see, here we have a game on Steam called Humanity's Legends Hollow Ascending.
No way.
It did just occur to me, am I potentially helping anybody by reading the title out loud? Are there some people that at some point in the future might watch my videos that either are blind or have trouble reading or don't speak English? The chance is definitely there, but I don't always read the titles out, so maybe there's a reason to be more consistent. As for this game, it's $19.99 English only, and it definitely doesn't look like anything. It's tagged as a Souls-like. Looks more like a vertical slice or a demo of a game than a real game. Yeah. Suppose that is something that I might consider. But I think there is also danger of trying to be accessible and then spending a lot of energy to make something accessible when your content is otherwise getting worse or not getting improved in other ways where it should be improved. Speaking of something that should be better than it is, seems to me, Fire Girl Hack and Splash Rescue is mostly negative, which this is a game I definitely had my eye on and wanted to be good.
If they don't kill you first.
So what's the problem? I suspect it's probably running terribly. Hitboxes are awful. There seems to be some crazy time limit where you get a second when extinguishing an enemy, but then it takes more than a second to extinguish them since they're damage spuns. Camera doesn't get gel well at all with the 2.5D level. The roguelike level design somehow both goes too far and doesn't go far enough. And train levels are some of the most nonsensical bits. You can't pan, you can only angle the camera up and down. Wow. Seems like they're randomly generated levels too, with a game that doesn't really feel like it should have randomly generated levels. I mean, that's really a shame because this looks interesting. So maybe we can hold out for a patch and hope that these problems can be addressed, but I also would not be surprised if
your sin, the crispier I make
there's like nothing that can be done. It definitely feels like a shame when you have a game like Fire Girl Hack and Splash Rescue that you were kind of looking forward to, and then it just turns out to be negative compared to so many games that come out and show no promise to begin with and then turn out to actually be awful anyways. Like, there's no big surprise there. But yeah, it's never fun to have your expectations crushed or unmet at the very least. Well, should we kill this guy or are we just safe? And I think we're fairly safe to just end the turn here. Let's see, next we have a game on Steam called Christmas Wonderland 12, which is obviously a hidden object game. Thematically, it's right. Releasing it on December 14th. I mean, you're really cutting it close here because the 12 days of Christmas would get you to December 26th if somebody bought it day one, but it would have made a lot more sense to release this on December 1st. There's a lot of parents, I think, more than people realize, that buy things for their kids on Black Friday or earlier than that even, and then like don't actually give it to the kids until Christmas. English only, $6.99 is not a terrible price for a hidden object game though. So if I was going to pick a hidden object game, this would be fine. Particularly if I was trying to do like a Christmas themed month, this would be a game I would pick. But I have not really seen any value in doing a Christmas themed month.
Thunderbolts shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Let's see. Do we want to evolve this and attack?
You're done for.
The earth shall quake with
Yeah, I'm focusing on playing Shadowverse instead of going through the news, but also I may not have a ton of news left because we've been going through it fairly quickly. We didn't have a lot of it left over anyways. would like to try to get a win here.
May happiness be with you.
You're through.
Well, this is taking too long. Here we have a game on Steam called Dungeon Adventure, which definitely does not look good.
This invention could be my claim to
$9.99 English only. Here we have a game called Lawnmower City, which doesn't look like much of anything. Seems like it's a lawn mowing simulator game with pixely blocky isometric views. $1.99. Claims to support nearly 30 languages. Okay. Tell me this works.
I overreach myself?
Nope. Literally can't hurt any of them, can I? Okay, well, we do this,
Good hands.
and then we do this.
You're in good hands.
See, we don't need to talk about that again. Gamatsu has more details as far as the Strangers in Paradise Final Fantasy Origins. Sophia, Astos, Tiamat, basic jobs, and more. I assume all of those characters are people.
Let's have a look-see.
And honestly, Sophia there doesn't really look much like a Final Fantasy character, whereas I assume this is Tiamat. No, that's Astos. Definitely does look more like a Final Fantasy character. And this is Tiamat, which that definitely looks like a Final Fantasy character. You have like a female body form merged with a Hydra dragon of some sort. Even at that though, I don't know how much this really... I don't think this really looks anything like Final Fantasy 1 originally looked like, and so definitely does feel like Final Fantasy Origins has shifted visually to look a lot more like Final Fantasy 15 in the later Final Fantasy games. In a lot of ways, they are kind of just retconning what Final Fantasy is into a completely different thing. Alright. Let's see, Chocobo GP launches March 10th. Apparently it's for the Switch as a paid and light version, which that seems like a very weird way to sell a Mario Kart clone, to have a light version.
This is merely the beginning.
But maybe that'll work and build up your player base for a game that almost certainly is focused around multiplayer. Death End Request 2 for Switch launches February 8th in North America, February 11th in Europe. Don't have any trailer or anything to show for that announcement. Pray for the Gods is now available for PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and PC. This is a boss climbing, what was it, Shadow of the Colossus style game, I guess. Which, yeah, we kind of desperately need a different company to make something like Shadow of the Colossus, to either prove that Shadow of the Colossus actually isn't a game, a style that should ever be emulated, or that it is just a style that has been underused, or and more people should make those style of games. Allied followers in play. These, I guess, would not be considered allied followers, though. Here we have a game on Steam called Survive Levive. I think that's how you'd pronounce that. It's a low-effort maze game. $4.99 English. Here we have a game called Fun Me, which looks like just a mess of visual fractals and colors. It's $2.99 English and Japanese. That also we can say no to. Here we have something called Unplugged, which is apparently an air guitar VR game, which is mixed reviewed. Really don't see a reason why air guitar in VR is better than just playing guitar in VR. Finger tracking is poor. No difference to what you hear if you do not strum or are off beat. Yeah. As somebody who's not particularly interested in music anyways, music games, I think that it's a pretty easy one to ignore.
The real battle begins.
Okay.
I'm already a proper lady, you know.
Had another tab there, lock up and crash. Interesting. But it's nice that the tabs are separate processes because that doesn't affect the Chrome browser. Next we have a game on Steam called Noble Fates.
Stop!
Which definitely does not look like anything of interest. $19.99 early access, English only. Here we have a game called Too Many Santas, which looks like it's a probably joke, low effort photography visual novel. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wonder if the Batman Telltale series wouldn't have been better if it was more of a still image.
I'll get it right this time.
Like if it was more of a live action photos or just comic book characters that were still if the trade-off there would have been to get potentially get a lot better story or more story. I really wouldn't have hated the idea of a Batman story just being flat like the comic books anyways, instead of doing it in that Telltale 3D art style, which doesn't really help anything for a Batman story. Like it worked with The Walking Dead because the comparison to the animation style in The Walking Dead was really just black and white and very simplistic.
Smiles are the best medicine.
Alright. It's gonna run out of cards at this rate. But yeah, maybe I'll run out of cards. Actually, I'm gonna run out of cards. I only have 3 cards left. And I basically have no solution to win here. Is getting more and more. Yeah, he straight up just played a card that wins the game for you. Can we look at the logs on? Nope, you can't. So yeah, I'd say no to too many Santas. I'd also say no to PC Creator, PC Building Simulator, although I do want a game like this. Visually, this definitely does not feel like you're going to get the aspects that you want there. I kind of would want a hyper-realistic PC Building Simulator. The problem, though, is the other PC Building Simulator game that exists also kind of sucks because it doesn't have enough components. What they really needed to do, and now would be kind of a nice time for companies like Newegg and some of the other big tier sellers of PC components, or just the PC component manufacturers themselves, Intel and AMD that make certain components too, should all partner together to constantly update 3D models and a simulation software to promote people buying their components, particularly right now when they don't really have anything. They don't really have any anything to do here. See, here they seemingly are having you apply thermal grease to the top of a CPU, but they're doing it from edge to edge, which is kind of weird. I mean, you can definitely put a dot in the middle and then try and smooth out as thin a layer as possible to the edges, but generally you kind of don't even want to go edge to edge. You want to give yourself a little room so the thermal grease isn't just oozing out. You can see this is already mixed reviewed, so it may be giving you bad information. But yeah, in the middle of a part shortage, since they have nothing better to do, like getting together and keeping your employees busy by making 3D models so that you could make a website where you could put in parts and see how it works, would be a way to keep them busy. Of course, that's not how real capitalism works. Instead, you just furlough or fire people and then hope to hire them back later for less pay, instead of finding reasons to keep people employed. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Bopping Driver, which seems like it's a platforming game with a car where you're crashing into enemies and bouncing up / bopping people. $4.99, English only. I don't think there's anything there of interest. Here we have something called Survived Island, which looks like it's just an asset flip survival game. Not too different from 2 previous Survive the Island style survival games we saw in the last stream. This is free to play, English only, so doesn't even seem to have in-app purchases. So really no clue as to why you'd even bother to make something like that. And then here we have Pray for the Gods on Steam, already rated very positively. So I guess maybe they are proving that that is true. It also, I think, is worth mentioning here, though, that while there does seem to be some Shadow of the Colossus style gameplay, it also seems like there might be some puzzling and platforming going on. I would kind of suspect that. It says 3D platformer, but that still would be climbing on the edge of the gods. Whereas I feel like Shadow of the Colossus, when I played it, was 100% either riding on a horse to get to a Colossus or climbing on a Colossus to defeat them, where a little bit more variety would be helpful. This was already on my follow list, so I guess I'm just going to put it on the wish list now. It's $25.49, so that price is probably going to affect a lot of people's opinions too, where you might expect maybe some more RPG elements in a longer game if it was $60. And arguably maybe RPG elements would be helpful in that style of game, where you have to potentially either find weapons or build up your attack, grind on smaller enemies, or even do a little bit of farming or flower picking for potions and things like that. All those might expand what is a kind of one-note experience. Moving on, Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars is coming to the Switch on March 17th in Japan. This was the game I was talking about in the last stream that seems like it's kind of in the mushy middle between both a Neptunia game and a Senran Kagura game, and doesn't feel like it's particularly great. You can probably shouldn't have too much hope for something that's a crossover anyways, but ideally that's where you would want the crossovers to succeed and be great, is when you would want games to be great is when there's a crossover and it has potentially twice the audience.
You're done for.
I'll make the gods proud. You could use some shine yourself.
I paid so much for that axe.
We won't get back into the conversation about whether Neptunia X Senran Kagura is potentially the end of Senran Kagura games, in particular being lewd, and that they start getting watered down, and the Neptunia games start getting watered down. We also may very well find out that the Neptunia X Senran Kagura Ninja Wars game will come out on PC and be in some kind of uncensored format that's way better, or just improved format that's way better, that may not even have anything to do with the censorship in it, just because they may fix some bugs or add some content or improve things. Let's see, moving on. Komatsu says Winning Post 9 has been announced for PS4, Switch, and PC. It's due out April 14th in Japan. This is obviously a horse racing game, and these tend not to come to the West. Famitsu has its review scores for issue 1724. They've given a game called Cotton Fantasy 29 out of 40. I assume that's probably one of the side-scrolling shooter Cotton games. Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires, they've given a 35 out of 40. That's a fairly high score. And then River City Saga, another game in the River City series, I suspect, was given only a 30 out of 40, which is kind of low. Not a lot of games coming out right now also, so not surprising that they only reviewed 3, although in fairness, every week they really only review about 3 games, and that seems to work fairly well. If anything, that highlights that other video game journal sites could easily review at minimum 3 games, and probably a lot more, because Famitsu has the limitation of having all 4 of its editors, or 4 of its editors at least, give a 1 out of 10 score or 0 out of 10 score. I'm not sure if they can give zeros. Whereas every other video game review site only has 1 person reviewing a game, so you're really closer to about 12 games should be reviewed every week by most mainstream video game journals, some sites, and it doesn't happen. And nowhere close to that. You're lucky if they even talk about 3 games. Or in review form. And definitely some of that may boil down to the fact that they're distracting themselves with trailers and and advertising instead of just playing games. Yeah. You could easily have a motto of just telling mainstream video game journalists to just play games and repeat that over and over again. And of course, a lot of them don't want to play games. They don't want to even be in the video game reviewing business.
End of time. Just
Here we have a game on Steam called String Theory, which I don't think there's really a game here. Seems to be maybe a player versus player game, but I can't even understand what you'd be doing. It seems like you're just walking around and stepping on colors, and maybe moving the colors does something. This game is $11.99, several languages. I don't see anything here. Yeah, I don't see a game there. I see just very generic movements. Here we have a game called Eternia Noctis, which is mixed reviewed, which is a shame because this kind of looks interesting. It's tagged as a Souls-like, and I wonder if at a certain point people are just going to start getting negatively reviewed for being labeled as a Souls-like.
Oh, are you in need of medicine?
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe a high-action platformer, so I could see this being really difficult or just controlling poorly, and that might be the negative reviews. It's $29.99. That's a little expensive. I wouldn't be surprised if it maybe is a little short. It says it has partial nudity and supports several languages. Let's see if we can get some reviews though. Says awful visual cluttering and too pulled back of a camera view. Repetitive simplistic combat, absolutely redundant skill tree with nothing interesting to offer. Okay. Yeah, it seems to be lacking things. And I could definitely see that there was some visual cluttering. There's a lot of flash happening and a lot of stuff just going on the screen. I'm going to put this on the follow list anyways, just to see if maybe Mob will overlook some of those problems. But I can definitely see the idea of visual cluttering and repetitive gameplay being a thing. I could personally also see a lot of frustration platforming happening, which would take me out of being interested in playing a game like that. Here we have a game called the Psycho Duck, which, while I find the name funny, the actual gameplay looks like nothing. Seems to be like it's kind of a stealth game, or trying to be a stealth game. $1.39 English only. I think no to that. Yeah, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna get too many ranked wins today, so probably just should give up. I'm starting to feel a little exhausted. I didn't manage to actually eat before streaming today, so it's been several hours since I last ate. Here we have a game called Phoenix Hope, which looks too zoomed out and doesn't really look like anything like a tower defense defend the line type game. It's early access, $8.99 English only. Yeah, I'll give it a chance, but I'm being generous there. Here we have 2048 3D, which that would almost make sense if these were still aligned to a grid, but the fact that they're just all like random shapes and angles really, I think, just highlights that this is somebody playing around with a physics engine and being ridiculous compared to actually making a game. Yeah. There's like no strategy to something like this. Notice they knocked the cube out even in the demo and it's just flying around. still in the motions and directions that you're swiping up and down. This is 59 cents English only. If it was free, I might even keep it as an example of what not to do when making a variant on a game, because it is kind of a funny application there, but
Terminating hostile life form.
yeah. I'm not going to spend money on a bad game just to show off a bad game. Here we have something called Shikikoku no Sharonoth. Sharnoth. Doesn't quite look like just a visual novel. I suspect it might not support English. Kind of feels like an old game too. It seems like you're kind of running around platforms and dungeons. So it's kind of like a dungeon crawler. It's rated positively, but English is not supported. $13.59, Japanese full audio and Chinese. So I have to say no to that just because it doesn't support English. Here we have a game called Vortal, which looks like a Tetris clone. It's got some pretty backgrounds and some pretty icons, but it looks like a mobile phone game and doesn't look like much of a game. It's tagged as educational, and I don't see anything here really educational. It's free, but apparently you can also request access to a playtest. It's saying it's an anxiety management stress relief tool designed for neurodiverse, disabled, or mentally ill people. English with in-app purchases. I think in-app purchases in general probably is not what you want to do if you're making a game for mentally disabled or mentally ill people. Neurodiverse also as a phrase is a new phrase that I have only heard a little bit of, and I frankly would have to do some more research because my initial knee-jerk reaction is this idea of having your cake and eating it too. For a long time, people have claimed to have ADD, ADHD, and used that as an excuse for bad behavior in all kinds of ways, or used it as an excuse to be given benefits or extra time to work on things in school or at work, which is fine if you're going to say you have that disability, and because you have that disability, you deserve more time. That's fine. But then to come back and say, oh, actually, it's not it's not actually a disability. We're just neurodiverse. It feels a lot like the situation in which people are saying that there is such a thing as being morbidly obese and still being healthy, and it's just not the case.
Every grave deserves solemn silence.
A pure love, unsullied.
You're becoming a new.
But then again, a lot of phrases used in medical diagnoses are often changed, so more people are willing to accept a diagnosis, and there is still heavy numbers of people that will just refuse to accept a diagnosis because of their own negative stigmas built around those diagnoses. Plenty of people refuse to even talk to a psychologist or accept any mental help at all because of their own stigma around mental health.
Verifying access. Perfect place to land.
There's a game on Steam called Kuko's Lost Pets. There might be something here. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be like a 3D platforming game or 2.5D platforming game, or a little bit of both. For a brief second there, it looked like it might just be a player versus player game. Seems to just kind of have several different varieties. $22.49 English full audio allegedly, and support for a whole bunch of other languages. I'll put that on the follow list. Here we have Cricket 22 Academy creation tools, which looks like nothing of interest. It's free, at least. But yeah. I definitely will come down hard on games that are seemingly giving off the appearance of targeting people who are mentally disabled in some way with microtransactions. We already let far too many games target kids who can't understand the incredible danger of getting stuck up into the idea of gambling with microtransactions. Okay, what can we do? We can evolve this.
Sleep.
Which is probably a mistake, but whatever. Yep, that was a mistake.
Enemy identified. Shutting down.
Oh, my beloved Nava.
Next we have a game on Steam called Beacon. I'm losing some momentum here. Looks like it's a top-down twin stick shooter.
Wager your soul.
I'm probably losing some mental imagery here because I want to give this a follow, and there really isn't a lot of reason to do that, but I'm going to anyways. $15.99 English full audio. Like, I've been fairly cruel to top-down twin-stick shooter in the past. Here we have a game called Calamity Eliminator, which looks like it's a card collecting game, and while there might be some lewd anime characters in the cards, the actual gameplay does not seem particularly that interesting. I'm going to give this a follow just to see what other people say, but I almost certainly would not get into this. It's English and Chinese, which maybe means it will always be lewd, or very minimally lewd with just a little cleavage at most. And it has a third-party EULA, and it's single player only. I think that's one too many compromises at that point. So I'm just going to say no to it. Here we have a Go-To IT simulation game of running a software company, which honestly just looks like it's a business simulator in any other form and doesn't have much to do with IT. $9.99 English, Russian, and Dutch. Yeah, I'm not really finding anything of interest there. Even as somebody who has worked in IT in the past and was traditionally educated as a programmer.
This'll be over quick.
There's our puppy to
Perfect place to land. That's enough light for one day.
Yeah, I love this job. Of course I do.
Still gonna lose here. And yeah, Go-To IT is already mixed reviewed, so I think we can dismiss that. Here we have a game called Fantasia, or Fantasia, which is not a terrible name to have, but it is a terrible asset flip VR game from the looks of it. Free to play, English only. Here we have a game called Gravity Punk, which looks like nothing. $4.49 English and Chinese. Here we have a game called Chromaticube, which looks like nothing. $2.24 English. Here we have a prelude for a game that I saw some of the YouTubers covering, Sucker of Love. I feel like Sucker for Love, though, was also free, so I don't know if there's really Sucker for Love first date here. Oh. What happened here? And I'm either thinking of a different game, which I don't think I am. They must have renamed the original game, because I think originally it was called Sucker for Love and now it's called Sucker for Love Prelude. They must have just renamed it. Yeah, taken it off, re-released it, or something. Basically, you summon this Cthulhu girl, and then there's several different visual novel endings you can take. I guess this is free, so I'll put this on the fall list. I wouldn't be surprised with them either renaming or relisting things that very few people actually play it and review it. Like, the 3 reviews they're showing in English are all joke reviews. In a lot of ways, though, this is a little bit too on the nose compared to Doki Doki's, what is it? Doki Doki Simulator, not Doki Doki Panic. That is Doki Doki Literature Club. Maybe it's the game I'm thinking of, where that game starts off very much feeling like it is just a romance visual novel, and then it takes a while to reveal that it actually isn't just that. Yeah, we didn't get, I think, any ranked wins today. And that's, I think, going to be a kind of a consistent theme. If anything, it is just getting worse and worse with Shadowverse, where it was not that consistent with Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering. Although maybe just absence makes the hearts grow fonder. I wouldn't be surprised if I actually ran the percentages if I actually did lose quite a bit in Hearthstone also, and Magic the Gathering more. Oh, and there is a Take-Two All-Stars private match. Again, that I'll have to try and do. I guess what we'll do is I'll make another Take-Two All-Stars private match, and if somebody wants to challenge me on that, great. If they don't, what would be really funny is if somebody actually randomly just guessed the match ID and they weren't even watching on stream. Which, I mean, if you've got some kind of program that's just trying every single number, that's not an insanely large number of numbers to try. Meanwhile, we'll get rid of the rest of the news. Here we have something called Murder at Bear Lake, which doesn't really look like anything. It's tagged as a walking simulator. $5.99, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Violation, which doesn't look like anything. $5.99, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Balls and Dungeons, which looks like nothing. English, and $1.99. Here we have a game called Wang Fried, which looks like nothing. Free to play, English, allegedly full audio. Here we have a game called Aussie Clowns at War, which I wonder if that's supposed to be an insult against Australian people or not. Regardless, it doesn't look like anything. Online PvP only, free, English again. Here we have a game called Richard West and the Golden Mask, which if this looked a little bit better, I could theorize that this was supposed to be a Lara Croft clone of perhaps some interest, but even in watching this video, they're showing the same footage twice in a row. Yeah, I don't think there's enough game here. Yeah. I think they probably didn't have the manpower or budget to make a full temple. Even if they could make one full temple, most Tomb Raider games need 3 or 4 full temples. And even the reboots of Tomb Raider really got away from the idea of having full temples. This is $2.99 English only. Let's cover some of the news too. A interactive English language conversation learning game called Batia Para Para English Adventure has been announced for Switch throughout spring of 2022 in Japan. This is probably one of those games that's specifically for Japanese people to learn English and would not translate well at all for native English speakers. There's 300 characters and 480 stories, and you need a microphone of some sort to play the game. So it's actually going to listen to you. And there's just no telling as far as the level of quality of something like that. It could be really good, but more than likely it's probably mediocre. Aniplex has acquired Delightworks Games business. The transaction is scheduled to be completed in spring of 2022. Aniplex is mostly an anime production company, which, yeah, that's not a terrible idea to see anime companies just straight up owning and having internal video game companies to create spin-off video games. Maybe they'll be a little bit better, maybe they'll be a little bit more funded. In particular, we should keep an eye out for Fate Grand Order games from Delightworks. So yeah, we may have better Fate style games and nothing else. But it may also be the beginning of seeing other anime companies acquiring things. That doesn't really mean much, though, because it could also be done terribly. It's not like anime companies run their business particularly well. They may very well run video game companies into the ground or sell them off or put them out of business. Remnant from the Ashes has been rated by the ESRB for Nintendo Switch. It's rated M for mature, for blood, strong language, and violence. Token Ranbu Warriors second trailer is been updated by Gametsu with an English trailer. We want to check that out. I think I'll skip that as we're trying to get through things. Scarlet Nexus version 1.05 update and DLC Bond Enhancement Pack 2 is now available. I think Scarlet Nexus. Well, I was about to say it was a cell phone game, but I guess it's not, so I need to remind myself what Scarlet Nexus is. JRPG, you're jumping around, fighting giant monsters. Seems like you might just fight monsters in arenas, and that's about it. There may not actually be any dungeons in Scarlet Nexus, or maybe that's just Battle Simulator that cuts out the dungeons. Moving on, Pokemon Legends Arceus has detailed the Diamond Clan, the Pearl Clan, Ginkgo Guild Merchants, and Dark Rai, which I kind of assume if there's a Diamond and a Pearl Clan, that's going to feed back into Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, the remake of the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl game, and that Pearl is going to be kind of the girls focused clan, where Diamond's the boys clan. We'll see. Here's the leader of the Diamond Clan, Ottoman, and you can see a diamond on his necklace and blue in his clothing. And then here we have Rydo in red, and maybe this is the Pearl Clan. Yep. So yeah. Pearl Clan is for girls. Diamond Clan is for boys. I don't know why I keep going with these separations, and if anything at this point it shows how the Japanese are just kind of backwards as far as a lot of ways of thinking. They're too old-fashioned for their own good at this point. Frankly, I'd be slightly upset if I heard that a teacher was teaching my fictional children and they were often separating the boys and girls. Like, it's been at least a decade since it's been said to not do that. Like, if you're doing it in sports, co-ed sports, that's a problem. If you're doing it in any kind of mental activity, that's a problem. I can't think of too many scenarios there. Where you would want to separate them. Swimming, if you're sending off groups to go to the bathroom, I suppose those separations still exist, but that's about it. Here we have an older guild master, which I imagine he might just be a traveling merchant, a class of traveling merchants, because it does definitely, since this seems like it's set in the past, it definitely feels like you're going to have less cities that you're wandering around and more just open environments. Although the actual timeline still is kind of confusing as far as when this is supposed to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually revealed that this is happening in the exact same timeline as all the other Pokemon games, because they still have these like clothing that definitely looks like it's being made with modern technology. And yeah, I'm definitely glad for the blur right now showing off a Nintendo or Pokemon product. It could very well be a case that this is just the traditional way things are built and look in this region. And there might be reasons for that too. Like, a lot of what looks modern is only capable of looking that way or being built that way based on the construction materials and resources one has. So if we ran out of trees to build buildings with, you'd see a lot less building. If we ran out of steel to build really tall buildings with, or concrete to make solid foundations on, you might see a lot less of that. If we ran out of the fibers and resources to make clothing, we would potentially have to go back to old days. And it's not insane with like global warming to think that maybe there would be limitations or just incredibly high costs to build with wood, and you would go back to things that look something more like a log cabin. And when you get outside of like the United States and the West, where trees are fairly abundant, the construction styles do drastically change and look different. Africa in particular has modern architecture designs, often based a lot more on the resources in Africa, which looks completely different from the resources available in the United States. We have probably about 20 more tabs to go. Yomawari 3 has been announced for the PS4 and Switch, according to Gamatsu. What is Yomawari 3? Get past the logo for half a second and show me what the game is. This is definitely a teaser trailer. I have no clue. Like, I don't even know what Yomawari 2 would be. I guess it's tagged horror, adventure, action adventure game, so I have to assume it's a action adventure horror game and leave it there. Picross for the Picross S7 has been announced for the Switch, according to Gamatsu. GameDeveloper.com has a news article, Journey Through the Audio Universe of Guardians of the Galaxy at GDC, so they're promoting GDC again. They're like sister company. They have a Design Insights article that says land speculators will kill your game's growth. Not too many games where you can buy land, but the ones where you can, I imagine that would be a real problem, as much as land speculators are killing the economy in the United States quite a bit. They have a sponsored article here, Women in Games, How Colleges Can Help Diversify the Industry. There's definitely a whole can of worms as far as women in gaming, and particularly hiring people just because they are women in general. In general, too, it's kind of ridiculous to even try and diversify from the realm of college giving like gaming style degrees to people in college when we are in the middle of a whole bunch of scandals, that a lot of which highlight how terribly women are treated, specifically in the gaming industry compared to any other industry, and women often just have better options, and that's why we have problems as far as maintaining a large number of women in gaming. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think the college is gonna fix that unless colleges want to start becoming judge, jury, and executioners and withdrawing degrees, or in some other way punishing people that graduate from their college for being like sex pests or something like that. And I don't know how that would really happen or work at all. Like, even in the case of Bobby Kotick, if the colleges could withdraw his degrees, it's not like that's really going to get him fired from being the CEO of Activision Blizzard. And so colleges really should just stay in their lane and focus on educating people so that they're qualified to get jobs, and they should try and do that fairly equally, and not give special attention to women or minorities. Everybody should get the same education in a college, because everybody's paying the same, with the exclusion of scholarships and things like that. Like, if anything, colleges are better off focusing on really getting rid of the frat boy culture. Get rid of all the Greek sororities and fraternities. Like, it has no point in existing in a place of education. And get rid of the athletics, because the athletics have no place in a athletic education system either. They just don't. Like, once you start really focusing and running a business that's trying to make people educated and smart, intelligent, and capable, and instead of trying to get funding for your new basketball court, or getting legacies to get their kids into the college by because of fraternities, and letting people who are in fraternities basically cheat to get their degrees, like, when it is purely 100% about education, that's where colleges would help more than anything else. And that's a tall order, certainly, but it's the way they should go. If anything, there should probably be like trade schools for athletics in particular, if you're just all about athletics. And arguably maybe all colleges should just be trade schools and specifically focused on specific skills. Moving on, they have a feature, Gone Before You Blink, the webcam-driven gameplay of Before Your Eyes. Seemingly this is a game that looks at your eyes, and when you blink, it changes the scene. Which I would think that would probably hurt my eyes quite a bit. On that front, my eyes were hurting a couple weeks ago, and they have stopped doing that, so I think they were just tired and needed a week off. I occasionally get a twinge here and there, but like, it's very much far from the hypochondria of thinking I potentially was going blind. Moving on, Roblox is being scrutinized for real money collectibles and shady moderation. I thought that said monetization originally. Which, yeah. Roblox has also sued somebody for being critical of them, although arguably they're saying they're suing the person because he's harassing them. And I wouldn't be surprised if kind of both are true. Roblox definitely not in a good light by most people's opinion. GameDeveloper.com says Sony seems to be patching up indie relationships after a summer dust-up. After a minor revolt in July, Sony PlayStation teams seem to be trying to improve conditions for indies on the platform. I wonder if this isn't a select group of indies on the platform now. I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese indies are still not really welcome, or adult games are still not welcome unless they're censored. Apparently there have been long wait times talking to Sony reps, outdated tools for publishing on PlayStation Store, and discoverability difficulties. Sony has basically said nothing. Seems like it was several months to contact a rep, and now they've cut it down to 5 days. They also implemented a fund to help low-income indie fund ports of their games, and invited some indies to participate in more game sales. So yeah, it's a slow turnaround, certainly, I would say, for Sony. It's basically been a year of Sony not caring about indie game developers, and now they're starting to throw a few bones and improve things. And that really probably is in part because the people now in charge of Sony of California, didn't care. But also there was just not a smooth transition from Sony of Japan being in charge to Sony of California being in charge. Game developer of .com says California DFEH can't intervene in Activision Blizzard's equal employment opportunity settlement, says a judge. The $18 million hasn't been finalized, but the DFEH will not have a say. I think that's the Department of Fair Housing and Employment. Fair Employment and Housing. Yeah, Department of Fair Employment and Housing can't intervene with the settlement between the Equal Employment something coalition. Which that is definitely a problem when you have like two different government organizations, and I believe the Equal Employment might be a federal organization, where the California one yeah. So yeah, the state organization is saying that the federal organization might be creating a settlement where the state can't come after them for the same thing, which that is an interesting court case issue, certainly. And yeah, I'm sure it's happened before where federal government has indemnified, for lack of a better term, and protected a company from states suing them later. And then one side not handling the case as well, or one side intentionally settling badly. I don't know if there's really any double jeopardy protection against these kinds of claims. I don't know if double jeopardy even protects you against civil claims at all. Probably does, but I wouldn't be certain. Moving on. Unpacking has topped 100,000 sales in 10 days. This was the game that didn't really strike me as a game I'd ever want to play, where you're just unpacking a box into a new house. But apparently, I am an outlier there, and people did like the slice of life puzzler for what it was offering. People Can Fly has acquired the Polish VR studio Incuvio, which is interesting to me because I really don't feel like People Can Fly had the money to be acquiring anybody. And in all fairness, I don't feel like People Can Fly has done a good job of spending its time working on games and making games. Incuvio previously worked with Bloober Team on the VR versions of The Blair Witch and Layers of Fear. But is that what People Can Fly was working on? I thought People Can Fly was the company that made that game. Maybe I'm thinking of a different company. Well, even in this case, Layers of Fear, I don't think has been that successful that they should be acquiring a VR studio. But we'll see if that works out for them, I guess, in the long run. And then we have a game developer article here. Beastbreaker developers have established the first North American video game union. Quote, "We can set a precedent for new industry-wide standards that will better our shared working conditions." Interesting. I suppose there always has to be a first, and the first probably will be a smaller company. So this is Vodio Workers United, VWU, being established by Code-CWA. Which I think in particular Code-CWA is probably a merger of two unions, because I knew of a union called CWA, the Communication Workers of America, and they were, I think, mostly telephone operators, people working at telephone companies, and I bet with the death of telephone companies, they are desperately trying to grow their numbers and replace their numbers and maintain relevance. And I guess there probably is some danger, because we definitely saw that with the movie unions, which I don't think Code is a movie union, or CWA is a movie union. But there was one good movie unions for actors, and it got acquired by one bad actors union, and it really didn't. It made things worse, and so there's a danger of unions being corrupt always, and then people trying to maintain or grow power by moving into different industries. That being said, that pretty much is a problem for another day, because right now the major problem with video games industry is a lack of unionization, not corrupt unionization. Next we have a game on Steam called Spaceballs, which unfortunately has nothing to do with the movie Spaceballs. 84 cents, English only. We can say no to that. We have about 10 tabs of Steam games. Here we have what looks like almost certainly an asset flip game of no interest. Free English, allegedly full audio. Princess Defender Episode 1 looks like nothing. 59 cents English. Explosive Snooker looks like nothing. Also, there's a major problem here with this being so bright that you can barely even see the characters. 59 cents English only. Here we have a game called Helium Electric, which looks like nothing. I guess if somebody wanted to really irritate me, they would join the private match right as I'm wrapping up to make the stream go longer. Here we have a game called Marmalade Box, which just looks like a match 3 game. $14.99 English only. That is way too expensive. Here we have something just called Cute Dogs. I want you to take notice though, we've gone through a decent number of games. What has been missing this Wednesday? No Japanese games at all, really. No Japanese visual novels of any sort. No adult games of any sort. Cute Dogs is 59 cents. Several languages. Still gonna say no to it. I've failed to contact Censored Gaming and really see if I can get them to make a announcement that somebody would actually see. But yeah, it is so blatantly obvious. It's not just my bias. That I'm not exaggerating here. There's been 0 games as far as adult content in the past 2 days, whereas in the past 4 days there was tons of them. This game, Arden Fall, is some kind of bullet hell tower defense game. How it can be a bullet hell and a tower defense game, I don't know. I don't know if there's really a game here though I'd want to play. It's kind of pretty, I'll say that, but it's kind of like you're controlling this giant spaceship with towers and flying around as a interceptor. $8.49, 7 languages. I'm gonna give this a follow and just see how people like it. Like, it's not a terrible thought to be an interceptor and have actual gameplay while also having a ship with a bunch of turrets to protect you or protect the ship. Here we have a game called Childlike. I will eventually get around to writing that message and tweeting Censored Gaming. Maybe he'll ignore me completely, but I need to make that effort. And I would just make a video myself if I had any following, but I don't. So yeah, this Childlike game is free to play, English and Korean. Doesn't look like much. The private match has ended, so there is a timer specifically on how long you can have a private match going. Here we have a game called There Will Be No Turkey This Christmas, which looks like it's kind of a stealth game where you're playing as a turkey trying to escape. Doesn't look terrible. Why is it called a hidden object game and a solitaire game though? $1.59 English, Portuguese, Brazil. I think I have to say no to this game just because it's mislabeled. Because that's a pretty blatant intentional mislabeling to say it's a solitaire game and a hidden object game. I'd even excuse if it said solitaire in the sense that they think it's a single player game and they don't speak English. But then hidden object, I mean, man, if you don't understand English so much that you think a stealth game is a hidden object game, you have no business doing business on Steam. Here we have a game called Toy War Cannon, which just feels like it's maybe a VR tower defense type game. Early access, $5.99 English only, not VR. We saw another game like this where you just stand in one place and shoot things as they attack you. this looks as interesting as that game, which is to say not interesting. Shattered Elements Arena looks like nothing of interest. $2.99 English only. New Super Banana looks hand-drawn and not particularly well hand-drawn. Even at that, it also doesn't look like a game I really would want to control. $3.39 is also fairly expensive. English only. We have something called Illusion Circle, which looks like it would drive my eyes crazy. 99 cents English only. Doesn't really feel like a game there. Here we have a game called Superposition, which doesn't look like anything. $4.99 English only. I watched a video explaining quantum mechanics a little bit better, which I didn't really understand the idea of superposition. I couldn't visualize it, and I don't know if the example they gave me is anything close to an accurate visualization, but it was at least an easier to understand visualization. Of course, when you're talking quantum mechanics, we don't know if anybody really understands anything there. This game is $5.59 at Key Maze of Illusions, and yeah, there's nothing there. Here we have Clyde the Snail. This is one of maybe 3 games that actually announced itself before it just was by default released on Steam. $11.99 English, allegedly full audio. I assume that's probably true. Several other languages. We've seen some trailers on this. I don't know if there really is a game here people want to play. I don't know if the snail gimmick is actually going to be actually a detriment or a help. Pretty much I have to leave it on the follow list and just see if this top-down twin-stick shooter game with some action-adventure elements is well received or not. Here we have a game called Void Frame, which we can immediately dismiss. $1.99 English Chinese. Block City Bus Edition we can also dismiss. $1.39 English only. Here we have a game called Triclinium, which looks almost like a Japanese visual novel, but I'd still suspect it's actually a Western visual novel. And yeah, it's a very soft pastel arts color palette that I don't think I particularly want to look at everything. You almost need a single character with that color palette, and then some contrasting backgrounds if you're going to do that. Not go with the soft pastels in the backgrounds. 59 cents English, Russian, Japanese. No to that. Here we have a game called Magnificent One. $2.69. English, allegedly full audio. No to that. We have something called Reda Tus Habadades, which sounds like it's probably Spanish. Looks like it's a collection of different mini games too. Free, Spanish, Latin America. Here we have a game called Spheriums, which again doesn't look like anything. Early access $19.99. Third party EULA, English and French. Couple more tabs. We have Generations of Destruction, which yeah, looks like a space side-scrolling shooter. $3.59 English, allegedly full audio. And then that brings us to the Humble Bundle. There was some Humble Bundle that I was considering, and I forget completely what it was. Best I could guess, it was the Best of Sandbox, but it's been probably 6 months since I've looked at the Humble Bundle store, and yeah, they have like 6 games bundles going on right now, and a lot more than they used to have as far as books and software bundles. So they are definitely pushing more, but it is still a lot of the same old as far as games. They really don't have too many new games they offer. But I would say they have completely changed. Well, I guess that bundle was over. So look at the Warner Brothers Batman one. They have completely changed how this works now. You're picking an amount, or you can put in a custom amount, but if you put in a custom amount, I don't think you can adjust the donation completely. See, like, the absolute best you could do here as far as a custom amount is to break it down where you have to give at least $3.75, and that's at the 25. So if I click on the $10 amount, then $1.50 has to go to them. So even if you go down to $1, then 15 cents has to go to them, so that they are constantly getting a cut now. And that was the thing that was irritating people, certainly. And then you run into the problem where you probably have these games, unless you're just new to PC gaming, and I'm not that new to PC gaming at all, even at the highest amount. Let's see. Yeah, they have a very specific percentage. They will just not has to go to Humble Bundle. I would frankly being upset with Humble Bundle taking their cut, which they should have just established that by default as the way it goes, and people wouldn't be upset. I'm more upset with just how ugly this website looks now, although in fairness it didn't look that good before. And yeah, the whatever Humble Bundle I was thinking about taking part with is gone, and probably just good riddance too. So I'm going to go back to the idea of ignoring Humble Bundles. Speaking of ignoring things, I very possibly will not manage to get the Take-Two All-Stars ticket or get a ranked win to get to this point. I could play one unranked game and get this done and one of these done, and then I would just need 6 ranked wins on top of that I could potentially try and get later, but I'm very quickly running out of things to do, or running out of time. Which it would be weird certainly to consider like jumping between a couple of different games with these kinds of daily quests. I really, when I can find something to replace Shadowverse, I need to just abandon Shadowverse completely. And I think I may very well just to be nice cover the single player storyline before abandoning it, but that single player storyline also is never going to really end or wrap up, so it'll just keep going on forever and ever. GameDeveloper.com still has a pinned note from like November 22nd as far as having issues with their transition to their new website, which that's ridiculous, and it really just highlights that there's a lack of quality professional work being done on their own website, and that they weren't prepared to transition. I'm scrolling down now through all of my Twitter feeds to see if there was any new news over the past 3 hours and 45 minutes. Boy, would I love these streams to be a sharp, consistent 2.5 hours. But yeah, not really found a way to do that. I suppose if I streamed every single day, that probably would be the case, where we're much more consistent in length. But I don't want to stream every single day or every single weekday. In particular, I would never stream every single day without taking weekends off. That's just a great way to burn yourself out. Decent amount of Gematsu articles. I imagine these are from the, in part, the Nintendo indie games being announced. And honestly, not a ton of announcements anyways, because 19 games apparently were what was announced at the Nintendo Indie live stream. Alright, on to my last thing. Wow. What's on Steam is going to prove me to be wrong, or at least put a piece of evidence that proves me to be inconsistent in my thinking. Yeah, just going through my Twitter feed to see if there's any other news. Let me make sure this is YouTube family friendly. Okay, well, I can admit when there's evidence against my theory. So we have a game here that was released just 3 minutes ago called Evening Ecchi, which is kind of complicated how ecchi as a Japanese phrase is used, particularly in the Western world. It basically, I think, means lewd, but maybe a little bit more than lewd when used in the West. It's a jigsaw puzzle. It's tagged with sexual content and nudity. It's $1.19. It's from apparently the same developer that released Modest Eyes. So, yeah. Still, I think my opinion stands fairly heavily in that we saw only one adult game amongst over 100, I would imagine, games that we saw that came out Tuesday and this Wednesday. Video Games Chronicles has this article. Nintendo showcases 19 indie games coming to Switch, 4 of which are available today. So let's see if there's a full list of the games here. Alicia, Oblivion of the Twin Goddess, Ending Extinction is Forever, Figment 2, Creed Valley, Ollie Ollie World from Roll 7, Afterlove EP, Locomotive, River City Girls 2 from Way Forward, which, yeah, Way Forward seems a little less indie than a lot of other indies because of their success. That's kind of the catch-22. As soon as you're successful, you start to feel a little less indie. Dungeon Munchies, Let's Play Oink Games, Omori, Chicory, A Colorful Tale, Time Lie, and Don't Starve Together, which again, they feel not quite so indie. A game called Sea of Stars is confirmed for Switch and launches holiday of 2022, and I don't believe that was one of the games that was announced. Alicia, the Oblivion of the Twin Goddesses was one of the games announced. And I don't want to shortchange these, but I also don't want to Well, I end up watching trailers. But I don't think I have a choice. I think we've got to probably look at these trailers, even in blurred format, to see. Boy, does this not feel like an indie game. And yeah, at a certain point, being indie doesn't really mean that much if you can just fund the game yourself and publish the game yourself. Or if Nintendo is helping fund or publish a game, then really it's not that indie in the first place. Here's Ollie Ollie World, launching February 8th, which is a more 3D skating game, I think. Or at least has some 2.5D skating images. We might hit a point where the Ollie Ollie series of games becomes the new skate game, the new skaters style game. Omori looks hand drawn. Let's see what it looks like. I'm seeing a lot of hand-drawn images of characters without faces. And that's about it. So I would assume this is a kid having a nightmare or something. Sleeping in his parents' lap. That would be my assumption. Dungeon Munchies is available now, which that might be an interesting twist on a game, but I suspect it might be fairly boring too, as to what are you really doing? Are you cooking in this game, or are you killing things to get resources to then cook? This might be a lot like that cooking game I played before, but with more of a dungeon aspect and more variety in the cooking. Battle Chef Brigade is the game I'm talking about, yeah. And I didn't really like Battle Chef Brigade, but Dungeon Munchies might work. That being said, it might also be fairly expensive, $16.99 for not much of a game. A dating sim rhythm and adventure game hybrid called Afterlove Extended Play EP, I guess is. I don't know how many people would even know extended play or EP stands for extended play. It's an interesting idea and an art style that looks different, but looks like it might actually hold up, at least in these images. Looks like it mostly holds up. He's a little dull and gray in these images. This might be one of those cases, though, where you're trying so hard to do several different things that people that like visual novels won't like it because it has rhythm gameplay. People that like rhythm gameplay won't like it because it has visual novel elements. So you may have very conflicting gameplay styles in a game like this. Gerda Flame in Winter announced for Switch and PC. We are seeing that these games are not exclusively Switch, but there really is no real competition between Switch. This is interesting because of its top-down perspective and its 3D models. It kind of feels like an XCOM style game, and I don't really feel like that's what it's supposed to be. I half expect there to be no like fighting mechanic at all, but maybe there is. Otherwise, this is going to be a 3D game where you're wandering around just talking to people, just delivering messages left and right. Which that might very well be it. It's tagged as an adventure game, and that can mean just about anything. Timeline is now available for Switch. I feel like we may have seen this one before. Yeah, I think we've seen this one before. It's kind of a time-controlling stealth game. And yeah, that's one of those ones where you definitely need some player feedback to know if it's good or not. Grime is coming to the Switch in summer, which we probably have had a game called Grime before. This is going to be another one of those streams where I need to check to see if they get content ID'd. To see if this blurring mechanic, the filter I'm using, actually even matters. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Grime before. Looks like it could be something. A point-and-click adventure called Locomotive has been announced for Switch and PC. Looks like it's got some sharp angles and animation to it. At least on the thumbnail. It's kind of more pixely in the actual game. I wonder how much a point-and-click adventure works on Switch. It probably works fine, but like point-and-clicks have always been fairly limited on consoles because of the fact that they're designed for a mouse that can point and click, and you really still don't have that on the Switch without really emulating or simulating a mouse. But yeah, I'm a sucker for point and clicks, so that looks interesting to me. Let's Play Oinka Games is now available for the Switch also, which seems to be a collection of mini games that look a little bit different. So I could see that working fairly well. Seems like there might really only be 2 games. Maybe 4 games. Board games by Oink Games. I wonder if maybe there's microtransactions here and you have to buy the specific board games. It's really what I think Hasbro should do, is they should put out a single app that then sells different board games for like $1.99 or 99 cents or something like that. GameDeveloper.com says the GDC pitch is back live and in person for GDC 2022. That's probably the best reason for anybody to go to GDC is to pitch their game, but even then it's maybe not the best way if you have no other idea. I guess that's your best move. Embracer Group is eyeing a 2.75 billion euro acquisition of board game company Asmodee, which actually might not be a bad idea because I think the Asmodee digital games pretty much suck and they could use the help to make their digital versions of their board games better. And then the Polish voice actor August Ragzek, I probably mispronounced that, has died at the age of 60. He is a favorite of CD Projekt Red, well known for dubbing roles in film, TV, and video games. Apparently, he probably didn't play anybody notable. He dubbed Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Star Wars films and Talos, a side character in the recent Marvel movies. So, yeah. Another obituary, a lot of people dying. Often never get telling us why they died or if they know why they died. And I'm just going to check my main Twitter feed. Back. Definitely feels like YouTube creators is trying to promote more people. Apparently Smith's Toys across the UK will be taking PlayStation 5 orders on Thursday morning. Just mention that. Yeah, and that's all the news. So yeah, that's going to be it for the stream. Once again, not really getting all the daily quests done. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.